defined by the Constitution has acquired much greater importance. All of these rights are under threat, with a clear contraction and diminishing of democracy in the past few years. And therefore, I think it's really wonderful that the IAWS is organizing a conference on this theme, especially because North India, which seems to be one of the central concerns of this conference, and this is the northern chapter of the IAWS, is in the grip of right-wing politics. That is, North India is in the grip of right-wing politics, and North India and UP in particular, and I suppose other states as well, but UP perhaps more than others, is facing an economic, political, and social challenges. And of course, violence against women has grown, and it is perhaps violence against women differentiated along caste lines and community lines, is greater here than elsewhere. And Hathras is the most recent example of this violence, and the recent awful, absolutely awful love jihad ordinances are another embodiment of state violence. And what is very interesting and significant is the vicious use of law to create Hindu-Muslim polarization, because all of what is happening is being done within the framework of laws that are being created. So I think this is something that we need to come to grips with. And the states in this region, again, as the IAWS note points out, they have, if you will, the highest levels of violence and also the highest levels of social control of women, and the lowest levels of autonomy, so to speak, for women. And as I just said, the maximum atrocities against women, particularly Dalit women, have happened in this state. The most egregious violence against Dalit women has taken place here in UP and Bihar. And therefore, I think the IAWS, in foregrounding women's struggles, livelihood, and violence against women, and above all, the struggle for equal rights, a struggle for equal citizenship, I should say, within the Constitution is extremely important. And the anti-CAA protest, about which I'm sure we're going to hear quite a bit this afternoon, the anti-CAA protest and also the farmers' protest, and the active participation of women in both. Of course, women were the heart and soul of the resistance against the against the CAA. But I think the women are just as important and prominent in the farmers' protest that is raging in Delhi and its surrounding areas. Both these movements, I think, highlight, and in a sense, highlight the importance and significance of rights and democracy, and how important women think that rights and democracy are, and how aware they are of the diminution and contraction of democracy in India in the past few years, and more so, I think, since the re-election of this government in May of 2019. Now, with this very sort of telegraphic summary, may I now move on to the presentations of the three participants, which, as I just said, are three very distinguished participants. And may I just give a very short introduction of all three of them, and then we can proceed with the presentation. The first speaker is Anuradha Basil, and she is going to speak on the struggle for justice in Kashmir and much more than that. Perhaps it will be a wider presentation. Now, Anuradha Bhasin is a journalist with 3 decades of experience in covering Jammu and Kashmir with special focus on border issues, Kashmir conflict, and human rights. She is the executive editor of Kashmir Times, which has been in the news lately, the oldest English daily in Jammu and Kashmir, and she is known, and I think we really applaud that, she's known uh, for her courageous and independent journalism. I think we must give her a hand for that in such difficult circumstances. She's really done an absolutely admirable job. She's also a peace activist, which is equally important, and she was a Commonwealth Fellow in 2016 and worked on issues of human security during her fellowship. And in 2019, she petitioned India's top court, the less said about it, the better, against communication and media blockade in Kashmir. Pamela Philippos, my very dear friend, the title of her presentation is From the Citizenship Amendment Act to UP's Love Jihad Ordinances, defining insiders and outsiders in India today. Pamela Philippos is presently the public editor of the news portal, The Wire, and was earlier the editor in chief of Women's Feature Service and senior associate editor of the Indian Express. Her book, very important book, her book, Media's Shifting Terrain, was recently published by Orient Black Swan, and she's also contributed to several anthologies. She's a recipient of prestigious awards for her journalism. She served as the advisor to the Media Task Force of the Government of India's High Level Status of Women Committee report. And in 2014, she was awarded a senior fellowship by the Indian Council of Social Science Research to study the impact of the mediatization on contemporary India. The third, last but not the least, Ritu Diwan is a distinguished economist, and she was the first ever women director of the Department of Economics of the University of Mumbai and the founder member of the first Center of Gender Economics. She has over 100 publications, including 20 books and monographs. Professor Diwan was a member of the Feminist Economist Group for engendering the 12th and 11th five-year plans and is closely associated with training and capacity building related, especially to gender issues, and has conducted numerous workshops for several state governments, including Jammu and Kashmir, Goa, Tamil Nadu, and so on. She was also, to be noted, the president of the IAWS from 2017 to 2020. So I think all of us present would recognize that we are in for a treat because we've got three absolutely outstanding speakers. So may I now request Anuradha Bhasin to please make her presentation. And as Uma Chakravarti said right in the beginning, that each speaker can take about 12 to 15 minutes. Thank you. Anuradha?
Oh, thank you, Zoya. Um, our constitution guarantees equal rights for everybody, which irrespective of caste, creed, gender. And this means that the basis of all the laws, when they are framed, when they are legislated, is the principle of equality. Yet, women are at a disadvantage for several reasons. One, there is a robust patriarchal mentality that ensures that women remain secluded and are pushed to the margins. Secondly, while framing and legislating laws, these are not done from the point of view of women. These do not factor in the secondary status enjoyed by the women in a society due to due to the patriarchy that is practiced, and thus there are no necessary safeguards and protections which could ensure equal empowerment. The third thing is the problem, and there may be many other problems as well, but the third thing that I would like to mention, and as I saw it, is the problem in the way laws are interpreted and implemented. They are usually guided by a bias. And when we come to Jammu and Kashmir, one of the prime examples that shows how this is done is the permanent resident status of the women. I mean, now it doesn't really exist, but as it used to exist earlier, and there were several myths related to this issue of the permanent resident status, as have always been peddled by the BJP. And BJP has spoken about how the new legal changes after the dilution of JNK's Article 370 and its special status gone, after it has been robbed of its special status, how the women stand to be advantaged, how women are now equal citizens. uh, were women really unequal citizens? Did the laws discriminate against these women? The PR status, that is the permanent resident status of the women, was related, and its related laws actually flowed from the law of 1927, called the State Subject Law, which was legislated during the monarch's time. And this law laid down the rules and the criteria of who is a state subject or a permanent resident. And according to this law, descendants of all state subjects would be accorded state subject or PR rights. Now, all clauses of this law are gender neutral. There is no word anywhere which distinguishes between men and women, but it just uses the words persons or citizens. Except there is one small subsection in one clause which lends some clarity with respect to widows and divorcees of of state subjects, that they would continue to retain their permanent residentship in case they are settled in within JNK. That's the only mention of gender. Otherwise, the entire law is silent with respect to women. Now, the ambiguity arose only when the JNK constitution was framed. This law was incorporated word by word without any change. I mean, the law was framed in 1927 at a time when our understanding of gender rights was very different. In post 1950, when the constitution was being framed, that understanding had slightly altered. But despite that, the JNK Constituent Assembly probably did not look at this law from the point of women to lend even more clarity with respect to gender. It was taken, incorporated word by word, but the real ambiguity arose, and the equal status of women was challenged in 1969 when the then Revenue Minister, Mr. Trilochan Dutt, he took a arbitrary decision. This was not duly legislated, but this was an arbitrary decision taken by him to affix the words valid till marriage on the PR resident certificate of women. And this is how he chose to represent it. Um, Subsequently, the women who were impacted by the changes, the interpretation of this particular minister were impacted in terms of their jobs, in terms of seats in higher education, in terms of land ownership, though the question of inheritance was always settled, because there was an old verdict which had already settled that question, that the women will not lose their inheritance rights even if they are married outside the state. Um, but when several women who were impacted, they litigated in they pleaded in the court, and it took several years. And in fact, it was in 2002 that all these petitions were clubbed together, and the High Court laid down that women are equal citizens and they cannot be dispossessed of their permanent resident rights even after they are married outside the state. So the question was settled. The only problem was that in implementation, it was not, it was not effectively done, because the decisions and the verdict was not conveyed to the government departments and the officers effectively. They continued to be guided by bias, and it depended on the whims and fancies of every officer how he would interpret it and how he would choose to ignore the court verdict, and the law thus laid down. Um, so, after reading down of Article 370 and the abrogation of Article 35A, now that the BJP says the question is settled, but are the women of Jammu and Kashmir any better? What happened last year on August 5th, 2019? Um, the very abrogation of Article 35A, the dilution of Article 370 through a presidential order, without the involvement of the people, by throwing all constitutional norms to wind. This very act of constitutional change conveyed the language of a conqueror. So it was essentially a very masculine act, and the exclusion of the people from this decision making was aimed at ensuring the emasculation of an entire population, to instill a feeling of humiliation, indignity, by gagging them, by militarizing them, by putting them under lockdown, by disenfranchising them, and giving them a feeling that they were reduced to second grade citizens. Sorry. And secondly, ever since these changes were made, and the foundations were laid, there are major legal upheavals. Radical changes are taking place in terms of new laws are being framed and legislated, or central laws are being extended. The old laws are being done away with, amended, or completely repealed, with an aim at or to subjugate an entire population, to dispossess an entire population, primarily the Muslims, and particularly the Kashmiri Muslims. So these laws are not just impacting the entire population. Women in a conflict region already bear the maximum brunt of a conflict. And how are they more disadvantaged in this situation? Sorry, I'm initially the kind of laws that we had, or the policies that we had within JNK pre August 5th, 2019, the women enjoyed 50% reservation in professional colleges. And this was first done away with. Now they're saying they're going to give 50% reservation, but there's not much clarity on it. There was also a system of free education in place in Jammu and Kashmir, right from the primary to the college level, which helped in narrowing down the literacy gaps. The land reforms that came up in 1950s, the abolition of the big landed estates, and thereafter in 76, the Sealing Act, which forbid people from having bigger land holdings, bigger than 100 hectares of land. Um, were also things that benefited not just women, but many marginalized sections of society, particularly the socially oppressed Dalits, the peasant class. And giving them land ownership meant also giving them some kind of economic and social dignity. Though not to say that Jammu and Kashmir, despite its landmark land reforms, could not do away, it could not do away with the social disparities which are part and parcel of the larger Indian landscape. But in comparison, in J&K, these were not as strikingly divisive or as jarring. And Now, what has happened is that the government's focus of late has been on altering all these land laws. All the laws related to land reforms or to land ownership have been done away with, and new laws are coming up in place, which would automatically suit the big business monopolies. It would also empower the army to declare any area as a strategic area and acquire land. In the name of conflict, as it is, the forcible acquisition of land is a major issue. Other than that, I mean, in recent times, of course, these laws are being used to create a narrative that earlier there was there were laws in place which we are now doing away with, which encouraged encroachment, which encouraged corruption, and benefited the Muslims of the state. That narrative gradually, I think the BJP probably had got it wrong, and is which is why, the Roshni Act, which it challenged and which it chose to say that it's a major achievement that this has been done away with. Now it has sought its review in the court again, um, doing away with that act, because after realizing that a large part of the beneficiaries of such laws were its own Hindu constituency. So it's also backfiring at the same time because they were probably misled. In recent past, we've seen many nomadic uh, tribe members being dislocated from the forest, even though, the kind of structures that they live in the forest areas, they lead a nomadic life, and the kind of structures they usually live in are ecologically friendly, and they do not disturb the environment. Yet, while these were demolished in Pahalgam area, in the adjoining area in the same forest land, there were several hotels and big cottages which were not touched at all. In Badgam, several apple trees were fell down and people are receiving eviction notices. And recently there was a video in circulation which so among the people who are being impacted, it included a 108-year-old woman, Zuni Begum, who can't understand why her land is going to be taken away. She said These are forest areas, but they'd been living here for centuries. Um, Another thing that was is likely in 2017 and 2018, when Mehbooba Mufti was the chief minister in J&K, her government brought in an act to a law to encourage women ownership of land holdings by reducing the stamp duty on land transfers with respect to women to just a nominal rate of 2.5 rupees. After that government fell, and in recent times, this stamp duty has been hiked up to 7% of the property value, making it difficult for not just women, for anybody to acquire more land, to buy land, or to transfer properties. um, Now, in terms of, I've only spoken about laws, but in terms of, I have a minute? I'll just wind up in a minute or a minute and a half. Um, Even otherwise, the way the actions have been taken since last year, excessive militarization, excessive lockdown, these have impacted the women the most, depriving them of their healthcare, depriving them of their education, depriving many of their livelihoods. And also impacting them as in their roles as mothers, daughters, and sisters. Um, and and we still kind of understanding, as new laws keep coming in, how and different kind of repressive actions um, are always thought of and implemented on the ground. um, I think much more is in store for us. I would just like to end by saying that, I'm beginning to understand why I was the first speaker on the panel. Um, I'm speaking on Kashmir. And for BJP, what happened last year and what continues to happen in Kashmir, by Kashmir, I mean Jammu and Kashmir, um, is not only its long cherished project of changing the demography of the only Muslim majority state in the country, of its contempt of, and which is stems from its contempt of Muslims. Kashmir today is also an experimental laboratory for rest of India. And I see particularly what is happening since last year. We are seeing glimpses of a beginning of that already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anuradha. May I now request Pamela Philippos to make her presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Zoya. I thank the organizers of the Indian Association for Women's Studies Northern Regional Conference for asking me to speak this afternoon. Thanks are also due to Uma and Zoya for their introductory comments, as also to my fellow panelists who I listened with rapt attention, Anuradha Bhasin, and I'm also looking forward to hearing Ritu Devan at the end of the session. The IAWS also deserves gratitude for flagging how the Constitution and its rights are under threat today, especially for those most marginalized in terms of caste, class, religion, and location. It calls upon us to view this threat through the lens of gender. A similar concern undergirded the Towards Equality report of 45 years ago, which had noted that the constitutional promises made to one half of society has not been kept. As a journalist, I had the privilege of interviewing and reporting on some of the feminist stalwarts behind that report, and their argument that any study of society without bringing in gender would be seriously flawed. And it helped me realize why journalism without an understanding of gender is also utterly incomplete. The title of my talk today is From CAA to UP's Love Jihad Ordinance. I put Love Jihad in quotes, defining insiders and outsiders in India today. If the Citizenship Amendment Act passed by Parliament in December 2019 highlights who the outsider is and who the insider in terms of presence as citizens, the prohibition of unlawful conversion of religion ordinance, better known by the nomenclature the Love Jihad law, promulgated by the UP Assembly in November 2020, seeks to delineate who constitutes legitimate insiders of the private space of the Hindu family. Both enactments represent a stripping away of constitutional rights, and both have disproportionate and deleterious gender impacts. It also needs to be noted that both legal instruments signify the forward march of Hindutva towards a vision of India formulated by V.D. Savarkar a century ago, which saw the true Indian being, and I open quotes, someone who looked upon this land of his forefathers as his holy land, someone who inherited the blood of the race of the Sapta Sindhus, and one who expressed a common affinity to the classical language Sanskrit. And I close quotes. I took this quote from Vikram Sampath's 2019 book, Savarkar, Echoes from a Forgotten Past. That the masculine gender is used in this formulation is no coincidence, because removed of essentials, it constitutes the coming together of ethno-religious nationalism and patriarchy. And we know that it is on the bodies of women that both ethno-religious nationalism and patriarchy are constructed. And that's what's so significant about these laws that are being passed. I would argue that it is this convergence of ethno-religious nationalism and patriarchy that undergirds both the CAA Act and the Love Jihad Ordinance, in quotes, Love Jihad. In the former case, the patriarchal element may seem unstated, but when we examine the way the NRC issue played out in Assam, the patriarchal nature of the state and its intent comes sharply into view. The Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019, which fast-tracked Indian citizenship to non-Muslim migrants coming to the country from 3 Muslim-majority countries in South Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, denies the same concession to their Muslim counterparts. This has upended the constitutional guarantee of equal citizenship in India. Even as the BJP government ensured that this law came into force, it simultaneously set about expediting the National Register of Indian Citizen, NRIC, an official record of citizens who are legally Indian and encapsulates their demographic and biometric data. This also entailed the intermediate step of putting together a national population register to map the usual residents of the country through house-to-house listing. The NPR exercise was expected to be conducted between April 2020 and September 2020, that's this year, but could not take place because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But the likelihood of the agenda being revived in the near future is very much alive. Meanwhile, the new act and their proposed addendums led to what was arguably, and I think Zoya referred to that, was the most inspiring social movement that independent India has ever witnessed. By early January 2020, according to one source, there were 261 CAA-related protests across 24 states, of which 230 were against citizenship law. These protests played out for 3 months and may well have carried on if it were not for the pandemic and concerted state repression. The Shaheen Bagh protests, which came up in South Delhi neighborhood, emerged in particular, in the words of Harsh Mandar, as a center, and I open quotes, as a center of solidarities, a place where people of different classes, faiths, ideologies, educational backgrounds, professions, gender identities, castes, and regions stood together for the same cause, protecting the Constitution. Close quote. What was particularly distinctive about these protests was that it was driven by women. Their fear was not something plucked out of thin air. The National Register of Citizens exercise that was conducted in Assam had served as a living example of what could go wrong. The struggle for those marked outsiders in Assam was not just about the rights to have rights for themselves. Rights to have rights is what citizenship is all about. They were also conscious of the fact that the right to have rights for their descendants in perpetuity was also under threat. Under the citizenship law in the country, a child, even if born in India, could be robbed of its citizenship if one of its parents is deemed an illegal migrant, within quotes. And there's no provision which would allow such a child to become an Indian citizen either, into perpetuity. So can you imagine how dire that law is? Further, after the Sonawal versus Union of India judgment of 2006, transferred the burden of proof of legality from the state to the person marked illegal. It also marked as being outsiders those who now had to provide the necessary documents to prove that they were bona fide Indians. So you can imagine that the burden of proving this was now transferred among the most, to the most illiterate, perhaps, illiterate I use in the wrong way, perhaps, but those who have so little agency in terms of documentation, as we shall see. Lack of documents translated into civic death in Assam. There were cases of transgenders fearing to venture out of their homes over being trashed as foreigners, of children being separated from families on the ground that either they or their parents were foreigners. Many women had no documents to prove that they existed. Their births were not registered because Assam got mandatory registration of births only in 1985. Neither did they have any schooling to speak of, and therefore no school records. An underage marriage without papers would mean migration to the spousal home with any documentation connecting her to her natal family difficult to recover. All those born after the cutoff date of March 1971 now needed documentary proof of their parents and grandparents having lived in India before 1971. Not just that, they needed link documents. So there's legacy documents, and they needed link documents that proved that they were related to these persons. The CAA, NPR, NRC architecture that the Modi government envisages is designed to perpetuate this dystopia at a national level, with the difference that it will not be the ethnic divide that is privileged, as in the case of Assam, but the religious one, especially the Hindu-Muslim divide. The women of Shaheen Bagh perceived both its religious and gender implication, which is why, when asked the reason for their protest, they replied, the choice was simple: either sit at the protest today or prepare to sit in a detention center a few years later. While the Citizenship Amendment Act is seen as violative of Article 14, which states that the state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. Uttar Pradesh's Love Jihad, within quotes, ordinance also violates Article 14 because, as Tonika Sarkar pointed out recently, it exempts conversion to Hinduism from its scope. In other words, there's already a distinction between the two religions that is made out. In other words, it perceived the Hindu family and the norms governing the Hindu family as natural, sacred, and everlasting, and women as the foundation of the family. In the process, women themselves were robbed of their agency as thinking adults capable of making life choices. It is not they who decide who their partners may be, but their parents, with or without their consent. In fact, the ordinance allows not just parents, but brother, sister, or any other relation by blood, marriage, or adoption to lodge an FIR against the couple. What's more, it incentivizes random vigilante groups to emerge as protectors of the faith and family and attack hapless interfaith couples with total impunity. We know that the police in UP have actually assisted these vigilantes in various ways, and that is the reality we are living through today. Criminalizing what the ordinance terms as conversion for the sole purpose of marriage also deems a woman's conversion to another religion can never be seen as a genuine choice of religious conviction. This, despite rulings like the 2017 9-judge Puttaswamy verdict that expressly states, and I quote, "Privacy includes at its core the preservation of personal intimacies, the sanctity of family life, marriage, procreation, the home, and sexual orientation. Personal choices governing a way of life are intrinsic to privacy," close quote. A recent Allahabad High Court verdict incidentally saw, and I open quote, "right to live with a person of his/her choice, irrespective of religion professed by them, is an intrinsic right to life and personal liberty." So this ordinance, in fact, tramples on freedom of speech and expression inherent in Article 19, protection of life and personal liberty guaranteed in Article 21, and the right to privacy inherent again in Article 21. It could well be, and that is what is worrying, it could well be a template for a national law, because we have always seen that many of these laws, whether it's conversion law or the beef law and so on, how it starts at the state level and gets expanded over time to include more states and finally the whole country. So we have to actually be very conscious of what these laws are telling us. The dangers inherent in a political project that is marked by ethno-religious nationalism and patriarchy stare us in the face. What we are witnessing is nothing less than the rise of an incipient, non-modern state that privileges the creation of the docile female subject, stripped of all rights and agency. I'll end here. I'm sure we'll have further discussion at the end of the session. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Pamela. We move to the third speaker, that is Professor Ritu Diwan. May I request her to please make her presentation?
Zoya, and first of all, congratulations to the organizing committee of the Northern Regional Conference for taking up this entire focus of the Constitution, because I think that's something which is really threatened today and which we need to protect in a much stronger manner. Thanks also to Anuradha Bhasin for describing what's happening in Kashmir, and I think the attempt now is making India the Kashmir also. So in a way, a lot of what Indian citizens are going through is at least partly reflective of what the Kashmiri people have been going through for a very long period of time. Pam, very insightful, very painful, your presentation, and particularly the testing ground of laws. In terms of already we've seen what's happening in Karnataka and UP and several other states where it's coming. In fact, just yesterday, our state government, Maharashtra, passed a law for the death penalty of all rapists. And that itself is another big issue for debate. Now, what I will be talking today, in fact, is focuses on the issue of livelihood and one or two other. There are many, many illustrations of how in fact the government is breaking many constitutional guarantees and principles which are enshrined and something which we've fought to protect for a very long period of time. And this kind of a breaking, and this is both pre the pandemic and during the pandemic, okay, and under the cover of COVID, what I call the COVID camouflage, and the kinds of things which are going on. And this is being done in many different kinds of ways. For violating the constitution, whether it's done formally through ordinances or non-discussion with stakeholders, outside democratic debate, outside the parliament, ignoring the rights or denying the rights in several ways. Non-implementation, that's another major area or method, of denying the rights which are there for us. Now, there are many examples which one can give. Some have already been talked about. The caste issue, religion, love jihad in courts. So I just want to take 3 to 4 illustrations. And this is the process of what I call, in a broader context, the process of de-equalization. Okay, so whatever level, some level of equality which one had attained over several years of and decades of struggle from all sectors, every single sector of the working people, women included, is actually being taken away and being denied through various methods. And when we see this, I think in the broader context, what we really have to see is the entire process of inequality, and whether it's in terms of income or assets or caste or religion or gender, in every single way, how it's actually been increasing over a period of time. Lots of illustrations, but I'll just give 3 or 4 examples. Now, even before the pandemic, the reports had come out that the top 1% in India, they own assets more than 4 times that of the lowest 70%. I think this level of inequality has never, in terms of wealth and assets, has never been reached, or depths have never been reached in India before. Also, for the first time in 42 years, this was also last year, just before the pandemic, is that there is a relative increase. The share of population below the poverty line has actually increased for the first time in 42 years. And this is over the last 5 or 6 years that this 5 or 6% increase has taken. Also, the PLFS data is out. India has in South Asia one of the fastest increasing wage gaps which exist, to the extent that women get less than even 2/3 of what a man earns. Not that a man earns too much on an average, but even of that, a woman does not get 1/3 of that. We also have, and this is again due pre-pandemic, and now, of course, with the non-implementation of any kind of a serious, response, a policy response to the pandemic, you also have the fastest falling work participation rates, particularly for women. Again, the data which shows is 10% fall in rural areas, so much so that it's reported that in certain areas, 3 to 4% of the women work. I mean, that is what the information which has come out. Also, what India has, and I was really quite horrified to note this, and that is India has, in South Asia, the lowest monthly minimum wage of 4,300 rupees per month. And even this 4,300 rupees per month on an average has fallen by 23% since April. I'm not talking those who are unemployed. I mean, the data, there's no official data, of course, but unofficially it's been reported 120 million have lost their jobs. But if you take several other categories of informal workers into account, it's 200 million people who have lost their jobs, and a large number of them are more. The greater percentage of them are women. So much so that reports have come out, and these are, of course, small surveys, fieldwork, ground level reality reports, which have been done by various NGOs, etc. That UP, Bihar, Orissa, parts of Madhya Pradesh, that women are working for 8 to 10 hours a day on 15 rupees. That is the level to which, the income earning opportunities of the livelihood component, what we say, has fallen. And in Bombay, in Mumbai, there have already been reports of, working with transgenders and various other categories, that sex workers in this context of physical distancing, I mean, let's not use the term social distancing. We're already distanced socially, in terms of caste and religion and caste and in many different kinds of ways. That sex workers now in Bombay in particular, charging 10 rupees per encounter. And this level of destitution was partly seen, only partly, of course, now it's much worse, during the process of demonetization 3 years ago, when there was of course there was always, I'm not uh, romanticizing the past, there was always deprivation, but now the utter level of destitution which is there, and on which there has been no kind of a policy at all. So you have your income levels falling, your unemployment increasing so sharply and so dramatically, and yet you don't have what is a basic basic income, a universal basic income, which I think almost every country in the world has given, including most of our neighboring countries. Now, within this, I was quite horrified to find, and this is, of course, data from Reserve Bank and various other kinds of sources, that in the last 6 months, April to September, the listed manufacturing companies, one would expect their sales have fallen and therefore their profits would also have fallen. But their profits have increased by 19.8%, actually increased in the post-pandemic period. And I think nothing is so reflective of the policy of the government, particularly in response to the pandemic and all the other undercover policies which are taking place. Of course, wage share in the same companies has fallen by almost 18%. I'm not going into other areas of Narega. We know huge demand for Narega for the livelihood component, but not even 23% of the demand has been met. And this is where the cynicism of what is happening and the cruelty of what is happening, I don't think anything is much clearer. Of course, now our farmers have given the call of boycotting Jio and boycotting Ambani. But just since April, Ambani has emerged from the 9th richest individual in the world to the 4th richest individual in the world. Okay, this is only in the last 6 months that we're talking about. Our constitution also guarantees us the right to food, and the right to food, which has been, a huge struggle over a very long period of time. And finally, we got it passed. And yet, you see the NFHS data that half the women in India are either anemic or they are underweight, right? Combined with this, what has happened, one would expect with it with bursting, food corporation go downs, and we were pleading as NGOs working with the migrants, as individuals working with the migrants, we were pleading with the government and with Niti Aayog that please release the food which is there in the go downs, at least the wheat in the north which you can release. But absolutely nothing was done. Midday meals, of course, more than half the children didn't even get dry rations. All right, these are surveys which are there. And in the last, this is what I call the year-to-year analysis, that the last 6 months of the last financial year and April to September, a comparative of this financial year, one would think that the food subsidy expenditure of the government of India, of the central government, would increase. It has fallen by 34%. It has actually fallen, and this, I don't think there can be anything worse than not even providing your basic minimum nutritional. Education, there's a right to education, which again one has fought and attained over decades of struggle. Of course, a lot of fallout. No money for fees has been provided at all. No subsidies or loans for fees. And I'm talking, forget about higher education, but even for primary education, which is there, the dropout rate of girls has increased very dramatically. And this in a situation where already about 40% of the girls aged between 15 and 18, that is your secondary school girls, drop out because of unpaid work and various other reasons. Also, again, one would think that the education policy with online, with your great digital India, etc., that the expenditure on online education, for online education, would find some kind of support from the government. But even today, 89% of the girls do not have access to mobiles. So forget about smartphones. I mean, just a basic, simple mobile. Only 11% have access to this at an all India level. So you can just imagine the kind of impact this is going to have. And it's it's a generational impact. It's a very long-term impact. And therefore, this actual reversal of whatever few benefits that we have attained over a period of time. There are also, of course, reports of non-dispersal of scholarships to scheduled castes and to scheduled tribes. And many state governments, at least 9 at the last count, have already started closing down primary public schools, that is government schools, on the excuse that there are no students who are even coming online. Now, in this context comes the biggest attack, apart from the attack on farmers, and that is the attack on all the workers of the entire country, and that is through your labor codes. Now, there are 4 labor codes. I'm not going into the detail. We are already familiar, the code on wages, on safety, on social security, and on industrial relations, the 4 codes which are there. And the preamble of this code makes the purpose very, very clear. Now, please remember, these labor rights are there within the Constitution, and all of them have been taken away. Of course, the case is in the Supreme Court, but Supreme Court is too busy doing other kinds of issues and not taking up those which impact the citizens of the country and the poorer citizens of the country. And the preamble of the codes say that these, now just see the contradiction, it's labor codes, all right? But the preamble says that these laws, the codification of labor laws, is done for the ease of doing business. Okay, it uses that phrase very, very consciously. Not getting into the details, but just 4 or 5 aspects. What it does, it redefines work, it redefines worker, and it also redefines the workplace. So now, as workers, home-based workers are not recognized. So your BD, zari, embroidery, masala, papad, pickle, all these items which are made at home, kolhapuri chappals, anything, you just name it. All of them are out of the definition of work. Also, apprentices are out of the definition of work, of worker, and so are domestic workers. This is, the struggle which has been there of the domestic workers movement for a long period to try and get a special law, but now they're not even recognized as workers under the new acts which are there. Also in violation of not only the Constitution of India, but also all the covenants and ratifications which the Indian government has done over the years with ILO or even World Bank or any other in UN, any other international organization, and its commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. You have an actual legal institutionalized increase in the workday. From when, with the pandemic, many countries are going to a 6-hour workday. The workday in India has increased legally from 8 to 10 legally, in some states 12, and in 11 states to 16, starting, of course, again with your famous UP and your Gujarat. These are 2 states which have taken it up to 16 hours a day, which means your unemployment is going to increase very sharply, even more, because one entire shift of workers has been removed from work, totally from work, by increase in the absolute number of hours per day. There's also delinking of sexual harassment from safe conditions of work. So this separation again sets us back by a very, very long period of time. The definition of wages, very patriarchal definition of what is a minimum wage. Of course, it's always very low. The parliamentary committee has suggested 330 or 40 rupees. I can't remember exactly. The minister, labor minister, said no, 176 rupees per day is more than enough. Now you see the calculation of a minimum wage. A male is 1 full consumption unit. A woman is 0.8, 20% less food intake than a man, presuming that a woman eats less, even though her hours of work are much more, if you take unpaid work into account, and children are 0.6, 0.6. So your consumption unit of a 2 plus 2 family, when it should be 4, is actually only 3. Also, of course, reduction in the amount of cloth that a family needs. All this goes against what is laid down in the constitution where labor rights are concerned. Not non-inclusion of dependents, so physically challenged, those who are aged, those who are now with the mental stress, which is so important. Even those kind of dependents are totally out of any kind of a definition of a family. There's no mention of female-headed households, no mention of single-person households. Transgenders, of course, don't seem to exist at all, even though a very important legislation was passed just last year. The representation of women in boards and committees, which through the Equal Remuneration Act and various other acts in the Constitution were 50%, has been reduced to 1/3, with many committees, not even women being, not even workers' representatives being there. Forget about women's representatives. All welfare funds, which is, and cess funds, which is the workers' own money, please let us remember, have been abolished. And this was done very cynically. The last one was abolished on Gandhi Jayanti of last year. All right. And this runs into thousands and thousands of crores just for construction workers. And the cases in the Supreme Court for the last 5 years still haven't got a hearing. 63,000 crores, which is lying unutilized. And this is for the welfare of workers, which is their own money, a part of their own wages, which they have contributed over a period of time. And of course, that the right to dissent, even of workers, has been reduced. Earlier, there was the essential services, which had to give a 60 days notice. But now every sector and every subsector has to give 60 days notice before going on strike. So again, your right of democracy, your right of dissent within a democracy has been taken away. I'm not getting into the issue of disinvestment and privatization of public product, of public provisioning, of public transport, of ports, of airports. I'm not getting to that at all. That's another huge debate within itself. And I will end now just to say that, earlier we had this notion of the state could be, and it was at some point of time, well, quite some time back, it was an enabler, it was an equalizer. Then it became, and this is the work I did till last year or year before last, I used to say the state has become a non-enabler and a non-equalizer. And now I redefine it very clearly since the pandemic has come, and that, or the pandemic policy or the lack of a policy which is there, that the state is an anti-enabler and an anti-equalizer. And therefore, I consider it the greatest violator of every right that the Constitution of India guarantees us. So then I question, are we a democratic state? Are we a republic? Where is the public in the republic? It just seems to have disappeared out of any kind of debate or any kind of a policy which exists. A lot more to say, but I will stop here. Thank you, Zoya. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the three speakers, I think, who've raised some really important and pertinent issues. But I think what really comes through very significantly in all the three presentations is the story of reversal of rights, entitlements, and the modest achievements of the past decades. As Ritu quite rightly pointed out, it's not as though one is celebrating the past, but certainly in the context of what is happening in the present, it is important to see it is important to recognize these reversals. I think Ritu's presentation highlighted something very important that, of course, most of us are aware of and concerned about. But nonetheless, she presented some very glaring statistics about the huge increase in inequality and the failure of the state and of government to address this. But I think one of the questions that arises, and I was wondering whether Ritu might consider addressing it, is this: that most people would blame neoliberalism for what is happening here. But the point, what is happening here, and also in a sense, the failure of the state in even after the COVID pandemic. But then, I mean, European and American economies are equally neoliberal, and yet those states in those countries have provided such extensive social and financial support. So I think this does raise an important question, which is this: that I think we need to understand the specificities of the Indian right and possibly of Indian neoliberalism, which seems to be different from other countries. If not neoliberalism, certainly the Indian right is different, and I think we need to come to grips with it, because otherwise it is really hard to explain the cruelty of the state, because clearly the state in the past 9 months has been demonstrably cruel and doesn't seem to care to be seen to be cruel, as was evident, let us say, during the migrant crisis, and the kinds of statements that were being made in the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court finally took up this issue. So, what is it about the Indian right that might explain why we are so different, so to speak, from, let's say, other right-wing populist countries in the West, at any rate? And clearly, here, what is happening, and we have to recognize this, is that somewhere the state thinks that Hinduism is really, I mean, it can offer Hinduism as a consolation to this shift from deprivation to destitution, which I think Ritu put it very well, that now we seem to have moved from deprivation to sheer destitution. So I think it's this whole role of religion, which is so very, very important, religion or religious politics, which is so very important. And this then brings me to the other two very, very interesting presentations, one by Anuradha, who I think rightly ended, and I want to really flag that point about, well, of course, she told us about the reversals there, the reversal of land laws, and how that has impacted women. And I think she raised a very important point, but I was wondering whether she could say something more on that, which is that has the new regime in Kashmir and the new laws that go with it, they seem to have made no difference to the status of women, notwithstanding claims to the contrary. So I think this is something we need to focus on. And then, of course, her point about the reversal of land reforms in Kashmir. And let's remember that Kashmir had the most radical land reforms anywhere, in a way. And those land reforms were introduced, in fact, much earlier than in most other states of India. I mean, the whole idea of New Kashmir was centered on Sheikh Abdullah's land reform program, and that has been completely reversed with very deleterious effects for women. But her point, I think, about Kashmir as the laboratory of the future is really something to think about. But equally, UP, was in some sense the focus of Pamela's presentation, is really the other model, so to speak. We started with the Gujarat model, then the Kashmir model, and clearly now clearly now UP is important. And in some respects, I would say UP as a political laboratory is something more significant than even Kashmir as a laboratory of the future, because after all, UP is the heartland of India, and it's the heartland of Hindutva political power, and I think so. So therefore, what is happening in UP is really what should concern us and what should worry us, more so because there seems to be so little opposition uh, to what is happening over there, and the acceptance of the chief minister and what one understands his popularity is something that we need to think about. In fact, there's much greater opposition, obviously, to majoritarianism in Kashmir than there is in UP. And I think this then brings me really to the last point uh, that that Pamela made, which I think was really sums it up, which is that both these the Citizenship Amendment Law, as also the new Dharam Parivartan law, both of these uh, signal, in a way, are signposts of the insider-outsider dichotomy, which is at the heart of Hindutva ideology. In the first case, insider, outsider in terms of citizens, and essentially uh, mm, uh, insider, outsider in terms of on Hindu-Muslim lines. And in the Dharam Parivartan law, it's the insider, outsider within the Hindu community, but of course, Muslims as well. And then this whole point, and I think which Pamela summed up very effectively, the convergence of Hindu nationalism, of Hindutva nationalism, and patriarchy. And in a sense, both Kashmir and UP, if you will, uh, uh, signpost this convergence with the political consequences that we are all facing. And obviously, the Dharam Parivartan law, I think, is particularly, um, I mean, is particularly problematic because of the rights that it seems to be giving to parents, to brothers and sisters, and possibly even neighbors, because possibly they can also go and complain. And this whole idea that you have to go and take permission from the DM, from the district magistrate, before you can marry is such an outrage. It's such an outrage, and it is such a trampling of basic freedoms, basic choices, and in a sense, the dignity of human life, so to speak, and of human relationships. Guaranteed by the Constitution under Article 14, 21, and of course, most recently, the privacy judgments. Now, the question really is that there is this expectation that this Dharam Parivartan law, which incentivizes vigilantism, and please do not forget the cow slaughter ban law in Karnataka, passed by the Karnataka Assembly, although it's on hold in the council because the BJP doesn't have a majority there. But that is quite self-consciously incentivizing and legitimizing vigilantism. We are worrying that the Dharam Parivartan law is doing this here, uh, not directly, but effectively. But in case of the Karnataka law, it seems, and going by a discussion on NDTV last night, mm, no less than the deputy chief minister of Karnataka actually said, yes, we need to give, we need to incentivize vigilance, because they are, after all, protecting our culture. So this law the new law in Karnataka is going much beyond, in a sense, and it's claiming that it's a right to culture, so to speak. So I think, therefore, the expectation that the Dharam Parivartan law of UP, and there's possibly going to, there are several others in the pipeline in other states, is going to be struck down by the Supreme Court, or possibly, I mean, it might well be struck down by the Allahabad High Court, which has shown to itself to be more progressive in many respects than the Supreme Court. But whether it will be struck down by the Supreme Court is remains to be seen, and is something for us to think about. So thank you very much for these three very, very superb presentations. And may I now open this to the floor for questions to the three speakers on the very, very critical issues that they have raised, which are impacting, which are impacting our lives so directly now. Thank you. Who's going to set the ball rolling? May I request Uma to possibly set the ball rolling while others are thinking?
No,
She
no,
might,
I'm not going
might
to
have a few questions
No, I think that
or comments.
no, I think it was a fantastic session. If there are no questions, then you can ask it of each other. That's also fine. Because really we need to, it was both so well presented and also well summed up that perhaps questions for the moment are not seeming to appear very, very sharply. But we'll give them 2 minutes. And if you people have any questions of each other, please proceed. She herself posed some questions. And you posed Zoya you posed a question, I think, to a set of questions to your yeah. So maybe that can be taken up.
Perhaps we can start with, while people are still thinking and formulating their questions, may I just ask Ritu to perhaps respond to one of the questions that I raised about the specificities of the Indian right and possibly of Indian neoliberalism, and then possibly Pamela can also respond to some of those comments with regard to the to the UP Karnataka sort of equation, so to speak, which is staring us in the face. Yes, Ritu, might you respond?
Zoya, very short question, but the answer is too long. So I will just say it very short. That, when we had the neoliberalism, of course, the neoliberal paradigm from 90s and the inequalities, it was, and I'm using that word deliberately, a secular neoliberalism. It went clearly into money, into finance, into trade, into macroeconomics of profits and wages. That's all real, and appropriation of assets, of common property resources. But now it's a anti-secular neoliberal. So in a way you have the worst of both. So when you're taking away property, you take away of the poor and you take away of the Muslims, whether they're rich or they're poor. So even this, whether it's the beef ban, or though of course the data show that India is the greatest exporter of beef in the world, and the majority of this is actually done by Hindus. So these kinds of contradictions, and therefore the color of the right in the neoliberal paradigm, I think that is something which it operates even in terms of employment, even in terms of wages. So you have gender-based wages, which I had never noticed before. When it's a Muslim, I've been working with construction workers, domestic workers, etc. And as an activist, as a researcher. And when it is a Muslim woman, she will get lower wages than a Hindu woman for the same job. Even if they are doing, just head load as construction workers, or carrying the water for betting the cement or something like that. So this kind of additional component, For caste, it has already always existed. I mean, that's very clear in the whole manual scavenging act debate. But it is there for Muslims is something which did exist at some minimal levels, but now is hugely widespread. So it's a anti-secular neoliberal paradigm.
I think this concept of secular neoliberalism and
I don't know how to.
anti-secular neoliberalism is a good one. I think we
Can
can.
I come in over here briefly?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, because I think if you compare European political economy to in the Indian political economy, we also get some idea of why the European right and the Indian right are different. One is that the European right remains strongly anti-immigrant. So, the secularism may also be somewhat questioned also if you look at some of the latest happenings in Europe, but also it's directed against the immigrants. But I think one factor which we often overlook, but it's very important, especially if we see certain pronouncements recently by the government around issues of population, is that I think, and I've actually put it in the chat also, that in Europe, there is a recognition of the need for labor, that they can't dispense with that labor, especially if they want to keep immigrants out. Whereas in India, there is this idea that we can kill off 50% of them, even if need be, and still have enough workers to work. And I think this is an unsaid part of a lot of what is happening over here. We have a demographic dividend. We have too many people. It doesn't matter if many of them go under. We don't need to think about the workers. So I think that's the two differences between the political economy.
Add on one thing, when we talk about a non-caring state and a cruel state, etc., etc., and I tried to find words, whether thesaurus or from one's own reading and writing, and I couldn't find a word for it. Till when I was working with during the migrant workers, and upar se plane ja raha tha, and in Bombay, and one worker says, "See, NRI are coming back." And another migrant tells me, she says, "I'm also an NRI." And I'm saying, just define what you say when you are an NRI. She said, non-required Indian. Okay. And this was a Muslim migrant worker. And I don't think, I mean, my hair still stand on end when I see her face, and I could almost weep when she said it. And I think the state doesn't require citizens. It doesn't require citizens of a particular kind, It's only sections of the middle class, upper class. That's all that it wants. It's not caring. It's not looking away. It's in the character of the state. All right, that these are non-required citizens.
Yeah. Okay. Pamela, would you like to respond?
Pamela, you're muted. Huh?
Pamela, you're muted.
Yeah. Now you can hear me, I think. Yes, this whole shift is so amazing, and it's happened before our eyes, even as we speak, and it's happening as we speak. But this incentivizing of the vigilante is, of course, been part of the whole RSS cadre building idea, that there will be foot soldiers that will influence social change at various levels. And that's what's happening. But what we see today is this incentivizing is also a mediatized incentivizing, because people who actually conduct these raids do videos of themselves. Why do they do that? Because they can put it out, not because they're quite sure they won't attract any police attention. They have the support of the state, and also they get social capital. So the use of the media and the social media in this way is a new thing that we have to grapple with. Of course, the larger media question has not come up in our discussion so far, but I think it impacts all of this. And the shift, Ritu, that you were talking of, that from the media itself made that shift when it spoke for the Indian as we the people at one stage, and then over a period of time it became we the consumer, post liberalization, of course. And then what happens later is we who are aligned to the BJP, which is what, I mean, they are the only ones who matter, really. And you can see the way they've spun the farm agitation as well, where you already, identify a group of farmers as anti-national. So this use of this sort of separation of huge numbers of people along caste, class, and of course location lines is actually, I think, a symbol of new India that the new parliament building is going to symbolize. And the media, of course, had this role to play in Kashmir too. So I think it would be good if Anuradha could tell us a little bit about how the suppression of the media was very much a part of the militarization of, Kashmir. Media and military went together.
Thank you, Pamela. Anuradha, would you like to intervene?
Yes, I'd like to add to what Pamela said. It wasn't just media. I think it was also use of media to build a certain kind of narrative. A section of the media which was completely embedded, which was completely, you say, acting like a poodle of the state or a publicity wing of the state, and rest of the media intimidated or browbeaten and threatened with we can register cases against you or bring in a stringent media policy, and I'm talking in respect of Kashmir. And it makes it easier for the state to build a kind of narrative where the Muslim, and particularly a Kashmiri Muslim, remains the major enemy of any kind of state's progress, of the people, of their development, of their modernization, etc. And I'm looking at, everybody keeps asking questions. Why is it that a lot of people are unhappy in Kashmir? We haven't seen protests in the last 1 year, even though there were a few muted celebrations of what happened after Article 370 was read down in Jammu, where BJP in recent years has been able to consolidate its base. And there were some muted celebrations, but gradually when people started realizing what is it that they're going to lose, and that Jammu would lose much more because being in cultural and linguistic proximity to mainland India, the settlers are more likely to come here. Also because this is the only peaceful region in the entire state. And then there is a lot of resentment. Why is it not being expressed on the streets? Why are there no protests? And one also needs to look at the kind of psychological terror that has been induced in the minds of the population across the board. I mean, if you speak out, if there would be cases slapped against you, you could be put under house arrest. There is some kind of intimidation. There is some kind of persecution that people face, whether it is a Kashmiri, whether it is a Dogra from Jammu or any or a Ladakhi. We've seen cases like this, and for it's also at the same time the state is also promoting that divisive political narrative to keep the Hindus and Muslims separate. And as Zoya wonderfully said, that it's kind of peddling Hinduism as as a
Consolation.
consolation. And that is something that is also working in Jammu region. Why is it that people are not saying something? One is that dilemma in their minds, that if we say something about our own interest, would it be construed as anti-national? Would it be construed as pro-Kashmiri? We don't want to be seen as pro-Kashmiri. And the other is that they are probably willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of getting Hinduism in exchange. And these
Yeah.
these are very, very distressing signs Um, and probably I think we need to think deeper on them, because that's to go the way forward. We need to grapple with what is really happening and what is really being planned at a larger level.
Thank you. All right.
I think we should, Zoya, we need to probably move to the next session.
Okay.
Okay, because we have 2 sessions after this, and we are hoping that you will please say what you want to, and then we'll move to the next session. Please stay on. Please do not go
हेलो
away. Okay.
हेलो मैं एक लाइन जोड़ना चाहती हूँ इस सेशन में।
जी करिए, कहिए।
जी 2017 में ही झारखंड में धर्मांतरण विधेयक पास हो गया था, जो वहाँ ईसाइयों को लेके जो मामला है, और वहाँ उसके लिए जो भी अगर बिना डीसी से पूछे, वहाँ डीएम नहीं डीसी होते हैं, तो बिना डीसी से पूछे जो भी धर्म परिवर्तन करेंगे और जिनसे जबरदस्ती अगर होगा कि दबाव के द्वारा करवाया जा रहा है, तो जुर्माना और सजा दोनों है। तो ये झारखंड में ऑलरेडी 2017 से लागू है।
Okay. All right. Thank you very much to the 3 speakers for their presentations and their comments. I mean, this was really a splendid session, very, very interesting and important. And thank you very much to everyone. Thank you.
So can we just begin the next session now without, this is one of the problems with or the advantages of the webinar is that you don't even need to have a break. You go straight from session to session. So thank you so much, Zoya, and all of you. It was a fantastic session, flagging off of this webinar. Can we go to the next session now? Neeta, will you come on board now? I think you're the moderator for the next session.
Yes, I am already here.
Yeah, all right. So will you take over? Thanks
Yes,
so much, all of you.
So let me start by thanking everyone. It has been a very interesting discussion. I really enjoyed the previous session. So thank you for organizing such an interesting conference. So can I have all the speakers' video on if possible, so that we will get to see them once. There are 4 speakers for this session, and before I invite the speakers, I just want to ask the organizers as to what is our time limit. Can we go for, the time that was given to us is 1 hour 15 minutes. So we still have to go by with that time, or we will have more time?
No, I don't think it's fair for you to cut your time. So please stay with 1 hour 15 minutes. We will go over after the 3rd session a little extra. Okay. Thank you so much.
Fine. Thanks. Thank you. So our session is titled Pandemic Dislocations and Struggles. And this is in the context of the coronavirus pandemic. We all know that there has been severe dislocations in the lives of many, especially the poor and the marginalized population. It has triggered, in a sense, a crisis of productive and reproductive work. I may be talking more on, since my area is work, women's work. I may, maybe bringing in some highlights from the issue related to women's work in this context. As we know, there has been an exodus of migrants, greatest exodus, I think, since partition, and this has actually made some international headlines. But migration and related issues are only part of the story. The crisis, as we know, has multiple dimensions and has affected different sections of the population differently. Stories from the ground, which there are enough reports now available, which signal desperate times. But I think it is important for us to note that the impact of the pandemic is not a rupture in isolation, but it is an addition to many ruptures that have characterized people's life, especially that of the poor and the marginalized. Of course, it has reached an unprecedented proportion during the pandemic. And in the context of women, I think it is important, especially in the context of migrants, it's important as to, again, look at this, the whole absence of women, discussion on women as labor migrants, which is, how the media has also taken, and also the larger understanding of migration.
The pandemic has undoubtedly created an unprecedented livelihood dislocation. They have, kind of confronted economic and social crisis for decades, but for long, migrants have confronted an anti-migrant attitude on one hand and precarious employment opportunities on the other. So if in the context of women and women's work, one section of the invisible categories of women, especially the frontline health and community workers, suddenly became more visible. And has been some discussion on this category of workers. But still, their rights as workers is something which is not accepted or discussed. And I'm happy that one paper by in this session will be looking at this part also, covering this part also. There has also been, as has been noted by international agencies, reproductive work has been intensified in this period owing to heightened healthcare needs, where healthcare capacity has been strained, leading to compromising of many non-COVID related health concerns. And we have Jashodhara speaking on some of these issues in this session to follow. In essence, the burden of social reproduction has been further transferred and relegated to the home, and there has been an increased pressure on women. Thus, this has deepened the long-term process of privatization of social reproduction. This shift has also triggered renegotiation of reproductive work within families and households, which has social implications for the distribution of socially reproductive work and the challenges that it actually then leads to, especially for households or households and individuals who are combining productive work and reproductive work, especially in households with children, single parents, and essential workers. So I will straight away go to the session. I will just introduce the four speakers. We have Professor Imrana Khadir. She's a retired professor from JNU, from the department, also from the Center for Social Medicine and Community Health. She retired. After her retirement, she was with CWDS for 2 years, and she is still is associated with CSD for 8 years. Her areas of interest are women's health, political economy of health, and health organization and the broader concept of public health. Her presentation is titled Women as Providers, Patients, Part of the Public and the Pandemic. The next speaker is Jashodhara Dasgupta. She's an independent feminist researcher with over 30 years of experience in gender, rights, and health. She has co-founded 4 feminist organizations in India and headed one of them, Sahayog, for 12 years and is currently engaged leadership across UP in developing leadership for right claiming. Served on many academic and government committees and received many fellowships, as well as published widely in peer-reviewed journals, books, and print media. The third speaker and she's actually going to speak on untold suffering and hidden deaths, maternal rights, and health system response during COVID-19. The third speaker is Sharath Kumari. She's the State Program Manager, Action Aid Association, Bihar, and former General Secretary, Bihar Mahila Samaj, NFIW. She has been actively working with migrant workers during COVID-19 pandemic. She has not given a title to her presentation, but I'm assuming that she'll be talking about her experience working with migrant workers in this pandemic period. The fourth speaker is Renu Mishra. She's the Executive Director of Association for Advocacy and Legal Initiatives. She has about 20 years of experience working in the development sector and is also a practicing lawyer. She practices in the Family Court, Allahabad High Court, Lucknow Bench, and the Sessions Court. She is a recipient of many awards. There are many awards that has been listed, but for want of time, I'm not going to read them. These are all for her contributions in the field of women's empowerment. She also is an acknowledged expert in women's health rights training and has been training diverse stakeholders, including, her association with institutions like NIPSIT. She's also a guest lecturer at NIPSIT. So I will invite first Professor Imrana Khadir. Please, it's a request if you can limit your presentation to 12 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes. It will be good because then we can have some time for discussion from the floor if interested. Okay, thank you. Over to Professor Imrana. You are muted. You are muted. You need to unmute.
I am unmuted.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Oh, again, you are muted. You are again muted, Professor Imrana.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, it's okay. Now you can speak.
Okay. I hope I won't take more than 10 minutes. A lot has been said, which is very related to what I want to say, so I can easily shorten it. Today we are living in a very strange atmosphere where we don't know anymore what normal is. And I know that a lot of us are so scared of getting out, meeting each other. And so we have moved into webinars. Actually, we should have been out there with the farmers, but that's our limitation. Regarding this pandemic, to me, it's not just thinking about why are we accepting these norms that are being imposed? How rational are we in accepting these? But it is also a question that what is happening, is it an outcome of pandemic? We keep talking about the impact of pandemic. Or is it the way this pandemic is being dealt with? And I think these are two very different perspectives, because I believe that the pandemic is being used in a way that its handling makes us think differently. And I think that is a big problem. And this becomes very clear if you see the trends and the different levels of the way pandemic has been perceived and acted upon. When it began, the state was boasting of doing better than the United States, of having very low rates. It was claiming that the lockdown, the terrible lockdown that it imposed, is going to stop transmission. I mean, high officials and responsible people said that this is going to stop transmission, which is not only false, but it was proven also. They claimed that they are fully prepared, and the next 6 months showed how prepared we were. They claimed that this is a fight against the virus, and everyone was fighting without realizing that actually what has happened is the outcome of our own behavior over years of policy making and handling the problems of the people, destroying the environment, creating developmental models which are inappropriate for our conditions, and using the pandemic to sell a particular way of development. Now, even the United States in the beginning acclaimed India for its lockdown. I don't even want to go into it because we all know what it meant for people, especially the poor people, whom we labeled migrants. And somebody said reverse migrant. I say it was forced eviction because it was an outcome of thoughtless policies. Now, to make that point, I would like to point out that if you see what has been happening is that by the end of April, all the myths about claiming big achievement by our health minister, by the committees that were constituted by ICMR, uh, the facade of success was thrown open. I'm not going into throwing data at you, but I'm sure you all know that there are papers which have been written which show that mortality statements were highly under statements, that because of very poor testing, the prevalence and incidence that we were reporting was inadequate. We had many more cases than the actual. The ICMR's own research showed that the methods that we adopted to control the problems were not correct, and that the non-COVID ailments were becoming a major problem. It's through data of the National Health Mission, 20 states data till end of March, which shows that how the emergency maternity care was very badly affected, that even normal maternity services were not available to women. Immunizations declined by 20%. Hospitals were not getting enough oxygen beds, which are critical in handling COVID. There was shortage of as much as 15%. ICUs were deficient. Even ordinary treatment, which is necessary, such treatment for tuberculosis, we found that registration had gone down, that inpatient admissions for serious illnesses had fallen short by 17%, which basically meant that we were not able to handle the load of COVID problem, morbidity problem. Now, what is interesting is that there are two things that you handle the epidemic. One, that they tried to impose the lockdown, and the understanding was that it will slow down the spread of the disease because transmission gets slightly arrested. And then you gain time, and within that time, you strengthen your services. In our case, the services were never strengthened. In fact, because of the health sector reforms, services had already gone down the drain. And on that kind of a health service, when you put the load of a morbidity, additional morbidity of COVID, then those services are under tremendous stress. And when you don't give relief, then the only option that you have is obviously to depend on private sector. Now, it's very interesting that if you look at what happened through the pandemic, the private sector really made a bonanza out of it, not only in the way in which they treated patients. We know that one patient for 4 to 6 days would be asked to pay 4 to 5 lakhs for diagnostics. They pushed the ICMR to approve costs which were 3 times what should have been the costs. So they have in fact minted money out of this, and they continue to do so because the state has not been regulated. It's not a question of not being able to regulate. The state is in fact promoting this commercialization, because we know that a lot of contracts have gone to private manufacturers to produce personal protective gear, to produce ventilators, to produce equipments. And many of the hospitals have found that they are of poor quality. Now, in this kind of a situation, what is happening is that we are not strengthening the public sector, we are pushing the private sector, and we are letting them make profits. And when neither of these have succeeded, the state has come out with the option of vaccine. Now, a vaccine is a very important thing. It's a very in a new disease, needs a lot of care, a lot of sensitivity how it's used and how they are preparing to bring out the vaccine. Now, many of us feel that this shortcut which has been adopted to bring the vaccines to people has tremendous problems. I cannot go into the details of the limitations, but I can share with you just a small notion that this vaccine is not something which is good for everybody. If you get it, it is possible that you will not have a very serious disease. But it is not necessarily going to increase herd immunity, a concept which is being propagated in general public, that if about 60% people are immunized, then you have immunity for everybody. It's not the case for this vaccine. It hasn't been tested adequately enough. A regulatory mechanism, a monitoring mechanism. Now, in our country, we haven't been able to provide immunization beyond 60% of the population. Now, you expect that this vaccine will be provided through the same system with all the safety mechanisms incorporated. This is highly questionable. But what they have done by the propaganda, one, that every time before an election, whether it is Bihar or Bengal, we see front pages that the vaccine is just coming and that this state is going to get the vaccine first. Earlier it was Bihar, maybe now it will be Bengal. Secondly, nobody is now talking about what's happening to the public sector. What's happening there? Just there that 70% of the workers are women, and they are the ones who are totally unprotected. And they are forced to go every day to do the surveys and to detect cases. In all this, what you have is that not only they are victims, till April, let me tell you, 400 doctors had died of COVID handling difficult cases. But we have no records of what is happening to ANMs, to ASHAs, to Anganwadi workers, to people working in primary health centers. We have no data on that. So the vulnerables are within the service system, and there is a caste hierarchy and a class hierarchy. The vulnerables are also in the total population, because we know that it has raised the level of violence against women in the homes. And working from home has become a double burden for women. There's enough written on this. Similarly, women's work has got affected. Of the 92 million casual workers, of which 50% are home-based work, a majority are women workers. Their livelihood has gone. So the affectation is at all levels. And the worst affected was that once you deprive, especially the poor, of livelihoods, food has completely disappeared from their lives. We have heard and seen only the first 3-4 months, but that is not the end of it. Undernutrition has increased and food availability has worsened. Now, what does it mean? This method of dealing with the pandemic fits very well as was being discussed in the first session. This model squeeze people and make your profits. This fitting into model is not something which the pandemic has brought. This misery is because of the pre-existing developmental model of reforms and neoliberalism. You call it anti-secular neoliberalism, which is what it was, because we saw how the pandemic was used to tackle how it was used against the people in the camps after the riots. We are seeing it, how it was used by even the migrants who were trying to go home, the workers who were going home. There is no more a practice of public health in this country. Police has taken over public health. So it only knows the use of canes and you know what all they did during that period. So theoretically, what I'm trying to argue is how serious. I will just post one day. Tuberculosis in this country causes 1/4 of the cases compared to cases of COVID. So the COVID cases are much more, but tuberculosis causes 4 times higher deaths than COVID. Of all the cases in COVID, only
Is there a problem with the connectivity? Is it only for me?
No, it seems that Professor Imrana's connection is a bit
I think
slow.
she's had, probably difficulty with her connection.
Yeah, that's what it's showing, that her connection is slow.
I was wondering whether it is a problem with my connectivity.
No, it's not. It's disrupted as it's being beamed. So is there anything we can do about it, Arpita?
I think she is
No,
now
ma'am, it's the problem seems to be from the end of Professor Imrana. So maybe she could switch off her video and speak. That would take less of her bandwidth.
Yeah. Let's say that to her.
So I think we lost her. She's not there in the list now.
She's disappeared from the screen.
Yeah. So when she joins, maybe we can ask, or I think we can move to the next speaker, and then
perhaps we should do that.
Yes. So can I request Jashodhara to give her presentation?
Oh, she's here. Professor Imrana is here.
So let's tell her, Imrana ji, just put off your video and speak. Let's see if that works.
And your mic is off, Professor Imrana.
Your mic is off. Can you unmute your mic, Imrana?
Is this
maybe you
okay?
can switch off
Can
your
you hear me
video
now?
so the
Yeah.
connectivity will be better.
Yeah.
You want to do that? Yeah, that's fine. She's back.
So I just want to wind up by saying that I agree very much with what was being said in the first session, that we have to interpret the epidemic very carefully, because it is serious, no doubt, but it is also being used in a way to take our vision away from a democratic, participatory handling of crises in a country our size with all its problems, where what is important is building trust and collectivity towards a model which is authoritarian, top-down, and based on absolute control. And it is used to quell protests, dissent, and people's voices, and encourage divisiveness, as we saw in the case of Delhi, when one small event in Nizamuddin was bloated all over to pose as if only one community, the Muslims, are responsible for COVID. Women's struggle then is very much a part of the larger struggle. It's a struggle against the coming together of economic and communal fundamentalism. And we have to join forces with all other struggles where similar processes are on, similar commercialization, privatization, undermining of labor, and cutting down the rights of human beings. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Imrana. There is actually an issue because Renu Mishra has informed that she has to leave by 5. So can I request her to give the presentation first?
Yeah.
Okay, so Renu Mishra, you can start. She actually hasn't given a title, but she has informed that she will be talking on violence during lockdown, violence against women during lockdown, based on research, on a research that she has been associated with in this period.
Thank you so much for inviting me and for this forum. And I'm just going to stop my video because the network issue is very much also here. So आप सभी जानते हैं कि खासकर जो पैंडेमिक का समय था वो महिलाओं के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा मुश्किलें देने वाला था, और स्पेशली जो एसोसिएशन फॉर एडवोकेसी एंड लीगल इनिशिएटिव्स का अपना काम है, महिलाओं के अधिकार पे काम करता है, और तो उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मैं बात करूंगी. एंड आई विल ओनली टेक द 10 मिनट्स एक्चुअली. तो ये जो खासकर जो 23 मार्च से स्टार्ट हुआ था, 24 मार्च से हमारे यहाँ कोविड, वो अपने आप में बहुत ही भयावह था. और आप सबने भी सुना होगा कि 6 अप्रैल को 2020 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने भी इस पे बोला, और खासकर उसकी सेक्रेटरी जनरल ने भी बोला कि घरेलू हिंसा के खिलाफ जो ये भयावह जो है वो इंक्रीज हुए हैं, क्राइम अगेंस्ट वुमेन में बहुत ज़बरदस्त वृद्धि हुई है. और द विमेन कमीशन ने भी बोला था कि 45% हुआ है. खुद हमारा खुद का भी जो, क्योंकि हम फ्री ऑफ द कॉस्ट केसेस देखते, हमारे पास केसेस जहां मंथली न्यू केसेस जो हमारे केवल लखनऊ ऑफिस में 5 से 7 आते थे, वो केवल 3 महीने के दौरान 78 केसेस हमने देखे थे. तो मुझे नहीं पता इसको कैसे काउंट करेंगे, कितने गुना है, लगभग मोर देन 400% अगर हम देखें तो 3 महीने में था. और ये अचानक से हुआ था. और तो हमने उस ड्यूरिंग में कोशिश की एक शोध करने की कि क्या स्थिति है महिलाओं के साथ में. और आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर दिस डेटा व्हाट वी फाउंड अंडर दैट रिसर्च. और ये हमने किया था उत्तर प्रदेश, झारखंड और उत्तराखंड में, ये 45 जिलों में हमने किया था. और जिसको ये टेलीफोनिक सर्वेक्षण था, और इसको हमारे आली के जो नेटवर्क है हमारा, स्ट्रेंथनिंग एक्सेस टू जस्टिस एट ग्रास रूट, जिसको हम सजग कहते हैं, उसके जो केस वर्कर थे, जो फेलोज थे, जो लोअर कोर्ट के हमारे वकील थे, इन्होंने मिल करके किया था। और कुल लगभग 50 सवालों की एक प्रश्नावली हमने तैयार की थी, जिसमें कुछ गुणात्मक जानकारी के लिए था, क्वालिटेटिव जिसको कहते हैं इंग्लिश में, और ज़्यादातर जो क्वेश्चन थे वो हाँ और ना वाले थे, क्योंकि हम इस बात को समझ रहे थे कि महिलाएं अपने घर में हैं उस वक्त, और वो कि जिनके साथ हिंसा होने की बहुत संभावना है उनके आसपास हो सकते हैं। और इसमें हमने पहले ट्रेंड किया था अपनी टीम को कि वो समझ ले कि क्या है। और इसमें अगर मैं आपसे साझा करूं, और ये शुरुआत के ही 15 दिन का डेटा है, लगभग 25 मार्च 2020 से हमने शुरू किया था डेटा लेना, और लगभग 8 अप्रैल तक ही चला था। तो शुरुआत के ही 2 वीक का ये डेटा है, और उससे आप अंदाज लगा सकते हैं कि क्या स्थिति थी औरतों की। उसमें 2-3 और पॉइंट जोड़े थे, वो ये थे कि हिंसा का महिलाओं का क्या अनुभव था, पुलिस द्वारा सत्ता का कैसे एक तरीके से उस वक्त दुरुपयोग किया गया, और महिलाओं की जो आर्थिक स्थिति थी, आर्थिक जो सुरक्षा था, उस पर क्या स्थिति थी, महिलाओं की भोजन, आवश्यक सामान और स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं तक क्या पहुंच थी। ये इससे संबंधित कुछ क्वेश्चंस थे, तो वो मैं आपके साथ साझा कर रही हूँ। इसमें अगर हम देखें तो लॉकडाउन में दौरान हिंसा से गुजरने वाली जो महिलाओं थी, उनके अनुभवों ने हमें खासकर जो इस हिंसा से जो झेल रही महिलाएं थी, उनकी जो खतरे बढ़ रहे थे, उसके विषय में जानकारी दी थी। ये जो उत्तरदाता देने वाली जो महिलाएं थी, इसमें 92.5%, 92.5% महिलाएं जो थी वो मैरिड थी। इसमें 134 महिलाएं थी जिन्होंने बोला फोन पे, सोचिए उसी घर में बोला, जबकि आप समझ सकते हैं कि पैंडेमिक में जिसके अगेंस्ट बोल रही होंगी वो आसपास हो सकते हैं, तो भी 134 वुमेन ने बोला था कि उनके साथ इस प्रकार की हिंसा हो रही है। और उसमें से भी जो 60% हिंसा करने वाले थे, उनके लाइक लाइफ पार्टनर या हस्बैंड थे उसमें अपराधी के तौर पे। और इनमें से भी अगर देखें तो लगभग 57% महिलाएं वो थी जिनकी एज करीबन 28 से 37 ईयर थी। 86% महिलाएं थी जो लगभग इसमें से देखें जो घरेलू हिंसा की शिकार थी, उसमें वो हाउसवाइफ थी या इनफॉर्मल लेबर में लगी हुई महिलाएं थी, वो थी। 67% जो महिला थी जो घरेलू हिंसा की शिकार थी, उनके पास लॉकडाउन के दौरान बिल्कुल भी कैश पैसे नहीं थे, कोई भी उनके पास में नकदी नहीं थी। 74% जो ये महिलाएं थी जो घरेलू हिंसा की शिकार थी, वो उनके पास कोई भी सरकारी जो नीतियां हैं, जो योजनाएं चल रही थी उस वक्त भोजन के डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की, राशन के डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की, उनकी कोई जानकारी उनके पास में नहीं थी। 60% उसमें जो महिलाएं थी जो घरेलू हिंसा के शिकार थी, उनको घरों के अंदर किसी भी संसाधन के उपयोग करने का निर्णय का अधिकार नहीं था, कि वो अपनी मर्जी से बगैर अपने घर में जो भी और लोग हैं उनके ही आदेश पे वो उन संसाधनों का उपयोग कर सकती थी। अपनी मर्जी से वो खाना नहीं खा सकती थी, अपनी मर्जी से कोई चीज रखी हुई उसका उपयोग वो नहीं कर सकती थी। घरेलू हिंसा की जो महिलाएं गुजर रही थी, उसमें पहले की तुलना में देखा जाए तो घर के जो काम के घंटे थे वो लगभग डबल हो गए थे, जितना वो पहले घर के काम में जितने उनके घंटे जो है वो व्यतीत होते थे। इसमें जो भी अगर देखें जो केसेस आए, उसमें लगभग 50% महिलाओं ने बताया कि उनके साथ जो है वो साइकोलॉजिकल, इसको आप कह सकते हैं मानसिक या भावनात्मक हिंसा से गुजर रही थी। और 24% महिलाओं ने बताया कि उन्हें आर्थिक रूप से जो आर्थिक हिंसा खासकर घरेलू हिंसा अधिनियम में दिया गया है उससे वो गुजर रही थी। 79% महिलाओं ने बताया कि इस दौरान इवन वो घरेलू हिंसा की भी शिकार है और उन्हें गर्भ निरोधक की कोई भी सुविधा उनके पास में नहीं है। और आप सब समझ सकते हैं कि फोन पे खासकर सेक्सुअल वायलेंस को महिलाओं को बताना, स्पेशली तो मैरिड वुमेन के लिए बहुत ही टफ होता है। लेकिन उसमें से भी जो 890 महिलाएं थी जिनके साथ ये शोध किया गया था, उसमें उसके लगभग 2% महिलाओं ने बताया था कि उनके साथ सेक्सुअल वायलेंस भी हो रहा है। 26% महिलाओं ने बताया था कि घरेलू हिंसा से जो गुजर रही महिलाएं हैं उनके साथ जो सबसे सबसे जो नजदीकी जो उनका स्वास्थ्य केंद्र है वो भी चल नहीं रहा है, यानी वहाँ पे कोई भी जो डॉक्टर है या एएनएम है, जो सुविधाएं मिलती हैं वो वहाँ उनको नहीं मिल रही। 32% जो महिलाएं थी घरेलू हिंसा के शिकार, वो बता रही थी कि उनको निकटतम अस्पताल या स्वास्थ्य केंद्र तक पहुंचने के लिए लगभग 3 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा की यात्रा करनी पड़ती थी। और आप सब समझ सकते हैं कि उस वक्त वो जब भी बाहर निकलने की कोशिश कर रही थी, आगे की फैक्ट में आपके सामने शेयर करूंगी कि किस प्रकार की उन्हें पुलिस के द्वारा उनको पीटा जा रहा था। उसे ये भी नहीं पूछा जा रहा था कि ये क्यों हो रहा है। और जो भी महिलाएं थी घरेलू हिंसा की शिकार, उनमें से 69% महिलाओं ने बताया कि उनके पास हिंसा से सुरक्षा का या उपाय तक पहुंचने का, यानी थाने पहुंचने का या जो विमेन हेल्पलाइन पहुंचने का, उस तक पहुंचने का उनके पास कोई विकल्प, उनका कहना था, उनके पास में नहीं है। और उसमें से भी 88% महिलाओं ने बताया कि जब उन्होंने हेल्पलाइन नंबर 112, 181 या 1090 उनमें से जिनको पता था, जब भी उन्होंने कॉल किया तो वहां से उनको कोई भी जो है वो रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया। और ये उस वक्त की हम लोग की बहुत ही, क्योंकि समय कम है तो मैं और फैक्ट की चीज़ें बहुत शेयर नहीं करूँगी। बस ये बताना चाहूँगी कि उस दौरान हम लोगों ने बहुत कोशिश की, जो सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर हैं उनसे बात करने की, क्योंकि हम सब वकील हैं, तो हम लोग ऑनलाइन कैसे मिल सकते हैं, पास हो जा सकते हैं, इसकी भी कोशिश की। लेकिन मुश्किल ये था कि लोअर जो पुलिस ऑफिसर है, जो थाने लेवल पे हैं या जिनकी ड्यूटी लगी है कि सब घर में रहेंगे, उनको ये समझा पाना कि ये जो पैंडेमिक लॉ है ये सुपरसीड कर रहा है और ये आर्टिकल 21 जीवन की रक्षा के लिए है, सम्मानपूर्वक जीवन जीने की रक्षा के लिए, नहीं, जीवन लाइफ रहे इसलिए है। लेकिन ये भी बताना कि अगर किसी महिला के साथ घर में हिंसा हो रही है या इसको इलाज की जरूरत है किसी और वजहों से, तो आप उसके कारण आप मना नहीं कर सकते। ये लॉ सुपरसीड कर रहा है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि बाकी जो कानून हैं आर्टिकल 21 से संबंधित वो खत्म नहीं गए हैं। और उनमें से कुछ है जिसमें केवल मोबिलिटी वाला जो राइट है वो भी टेम्परेरी सस्पेंडेड है। So what was the problem with us when we were trying to intervene in the cases of the violence against women during the lockdown especially? It was really difficult to talk to the lower police officer. We have to call up the police commissioner and we have to call up the senior police officer. Then it became possible. और उसमें भी काफी समय लग जाता है, लगभग 2 दिन लगे हैं। एफआईआर कराने में हम सक्षम हुए, कुछ में महिलाओं को बाहर निकाल पाए हैं, महिलाओं को शेल्टर होम भी हम लोग भेज पाए हैं। बट यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि बीइंग अ लॉयर एंड हैविंग अ वास्ट एक्सपीरियंस, और क्योंकि हम लोग काफ़ी पुलिस ऑफिसर्स के साथ में ट्रेनिंग दिए हैं, और उसके बावजूद वो 2 से 3 दिन लग रहे, और वो से 2 से 3 दिन इतने खतरनाक थे अपने आप में कि उस समय औरतों के साथ क्या हो सकता है, उनकी लाइफ खतरे में थी। बट इट वॉज रियली डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज इट वॉज नॉट फ्लोट टू द लोअर ऑफिसर्स की किसी की जिंदगी अगर खतरे में है, उसके साथ किसी भी प्रकार की हिंसा हो रही है, तो आप पैंडेमिक के कारण आप उसको घर में जबरदस्ती धकेल नहीं सकते हैं। और अधिकतर जब वो थाने जा रही थी आगे की पुलिस ऑफिसर्स का यही था कि इस वक्त हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, इस वक्त आपको घर में रखना। और इस हिंसा का कोई मूल्य, जैसे लाइक पैट्रियार्की, उनके दिमाग में कोई मूल्य नहीं था, उनको केवल यही था कि हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। और ये केवल सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर्स इस बात को समझ रहे थे, और कई बार उनको भी हमें समझाना पड़ा। इट वॉज रियली हार्ड टास्क फॉर अस इवन बीइंग अ लॉयर, कि कई बार काफ़ी हायर लेवल पे हमें कंप्लेन करना पड़ा, लेटर लिखना पड़ा, तब जाके ये चीज़ें हो पाई। लगातार फॉलोअप के बाद में कई केसेस में ऐसा था कि घर के किसी सीनियर की तबीयत बहुत खराब थी, जब उसको ले जाना था तो वहाँ वो मार के भगा दिया। तो फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेडिसिन लेने तक के जाने के लिए, अपने घर के सामान लेने तक जाने के लिए अगर वो जा रहे हैं, तो उसके बावजूद मारा है, और उस मारने का एफआईआर कोई नहीं दर्ज हुआ। जो पुलिस ने मारा उसका कहीं कोई एफआईआर जो है वो दर्ज नहीं हुआ। अगर इस दौरान हम देखें तो पुलिस का बहुत ही ज़्यादा अपने पावर का जो है वो दुरुपयोग हुआ है। पुलिस की जो कार्रवाई थी उसके बाद पूरे शहर में एक डर का माहौल था, और स्पेशली वो जो डर का माहौल था वो वंचितों के साथ साथ महिलाओं के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा था। जब भी लोग बाहर सामान कोई खरीदने जा रहे थे, पुलिस पूरा उनका उत्पीड़न कर रही थी एक तरीके से। पुलिस उनकी अधाधुंध पिटाई कर रही थी, वो ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो पिटाई करना उनका राइट है। दे वर नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आप किसी भी वजह से किसी को मार नहीं सकते हैं। और इस मामले में सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर भी एफआईआर करने को तैयार नहीं थी कि वो कुछ गलत करे। इवन पब्लिक आप मार तो सकते ही नहीं, दूसरा पब्लिक प्लेस पे ऐसे आप मार रहे हैं जिसका एविडेंस है। एक सर्वाइवर ने हमारे बताया था कि उसके 2 बेटे थे जो मुंबई से लौटे थे, और पुलिस और डॉक्टर हमारे घर में घुस गए कि हमें और परेशान करने लगे कि वो कैसे बाहर से आए हुए हैं और हम वो यहाँ पे नहीं रह सकते, जबकि उसकी जांच पहले से नहीं हुई थी। कहने का जो पूरा प्रोटोकॉल था वो आपस के जो डिपार्टमेंट्स थे उनके अंदर कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं था। बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली अगर फैमिली के लोग घर आ जा रहे थे तो घर को परेशान करने में वो सब लोग काफी आगे थे। और इवन एक सर्वाइवर ने बोला है कि जब हम बाहर सामान लेने के लिए जाते हैं तो पुलिस हमें परेशानी नहीं करती, हमारा रास्ता तक रोक लेती है और कुछ रुपए देने पर ही जाने देती है। यह वास्तव में देखा जाए तो यू कैन इमेजिन कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ, इवन दो उनके पास पैसे नहीं और ये हालात। इवन जिस लेवल का सामना करना पड़ा है और खासकर महिलाओं की स्थिति में दोहरी मार थी। एक तो ये है कि उनकी राशन के रिसोर्सेज पे उनकी पहुंच नहीं थी, और दूसरा जिस तरीके से महिलाएं डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस का जो शिकार है, जो हमारा जो अपना एक्सपीरियंस है कि वो लगभग 400 टाइम्स ये ज़्यादा हुआ। लगभग 78 केसेस हम लोगों ने 3 महीने में देखे थे। अभी का डेटा देखें तो लगभग 258। तो ये, जबकि जनरली इतने केसेस हमारे लगभग साल भर में आते थे। ये एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट का डेटा मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, लेकिन ये सच है कि हाँ कई डिस्ट्रिक्ट से भी कई बार फोन पे लीगल एडवाइस के लिए केस है। जस्ट वांटेड टू शेयर विथ यू कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम हैज बीन like tolerated by the women, especially in the context of domestic violence, and how the executive and the police responded in this context. Not having more time.
We are in a bad situation. Neeta,
Yes, I have got a message saying that Jashodhara has to leave.
So just put her on. Put her on immediately.
Yes, I have already sent a message to Renu to find out.
Thank you.
So over to Jashodhara. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you also have another commitment. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Renu. And thank you very much, Neeta, for your introduction. I'm very grateful to the IAWS Northern Regional Conference for giving me this opportunity. Unlike the other speakers, we've had a brilliant first panel. I will actually be speaking from slides. And I'm wondering, Arpita, if you can share screen, because I don't have a laptop. Arpita, is it possible? Then I'll just put my video off and we can just show the slides. Thank you very much. Thanks. So have you got the slide on?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, okay, because my screen is...
Yes, it's just coming on. It's just...
Okay. Yeah, my screen is also trying to hang, but anyway.
Here we go.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So as in this session, we are just trying to understand what happened as a result of the lockdown. And sorry, Neeta, I think my screen has...
Yeah, it's not
I also can't see anything on my screen.
Nothing is coming
on. The screen seems to have hanged. I don't know. Yeah.
We can't see anything being shared.
Yeah, I'll just do it again. Maybe it's...
Can you just see? Okay, anyway, but I can just start speaking until then. So as we are discussing in this panel about how the pandemic caused dislocations and struggles for the women of this country. So my presentation is really just about, can you make that full screen, please? Thank you, Arpita. So my presentation is really about what were the untold sufferings and hidden deaths that happened as a result of ignoring maternal rights, and what was the health system response during COVID. So I'll try not to repeat what Imrana has already put out so eloquently. So next slide, please. So as we know, I mean, we don't have to really talk about this, but something that Neeta has... Hello? Yeah. So as Neeta has flagged, that one of the things we did see very much was how workers were affected by the pandemic, and especially about the fact that they did not have any form of social protection. Next, please. And we found that it's not just women on the roads, but within homes, we know that there was an added burden of unpaid domestic care work. We've already heard from previous speakers like Ritu Devan about the added burden of the domestic work that women had to perform. And we have already heard about the loss of work and incomes, and the fact that this severely affected the nutritional intake of women. Renu has already spoken about the probability, the high probability of facing gender-based violence. Next, please. But my presentation here will really focus more on what was happening with regard to maternal health during COVID. Next, please. So just to give you, next, please, next slide. Just to give you some idea about the scale that we are talking about, we are looking at 48 million women who become pregnant every single year, and 25 million women who actually give birth. So in calculations, this means that every single day, and this includes the lockdown because childbirth does not fear COVID, a minimum of 70,000 women across the country are giving birth every single day, lockdown or no lockdown. And of these, we believe that at least 10%, and some estimates say 20% to 30% of these women are going to need the skilled services of a doctor, preferably a surgeon or OB-GYN doctor, because they will develop complications. Next, please. So in terms of these women who are giving birth, 90% of them, thanks to a program that our government has been running assiduously for the last almost 15 years, 90% of these 70,000 women are going to try and reach a health center during labor. And 10% will be giving birth at home. And this is an estimate of the 75th round of the NSSO. We also know that not all of those pregnant women are going to actually give birth. And half of those 48 million pregnancies are women who did not want to become pregnant. And therefore, we know that there will be close to 1.6 crore women who are going to need abortions. And we know that in a situation where access to care is so pathetic in India, many are going to look at unsafe abortions. We've also heard about domestic violence. A lot of domestic violence also includes sexual assault and coerced sex. And it's likely that this will also result in unwanted pregnancies. Next. So what was happening during the pandemic? During the pandemic, all these figures seem to have been forgotten. We've been hearing so many news items about women who were being turned away by numerous hospitals that they tried to access. We know that women, as you can see in these pictures, they gave birth by the gateway of hospitals, in vehicles, in police jeeps. Many women lost their babies. So many women have lost their lives, but nobody's counting. And hospitals were turning them away for the reason that they were all expected to go into labor, magically have an immediate COVID negative test, and then reach hospital. Next slide. So what was happening with India's policies on safe motherhood? India has been really thumping its chest on global platforms about how well it has brought down the number of maternal deaths from 80,000 a year to 30,000 a year. And yet when there is a crisis, this policy response appears to have completely failed pregnant women and girls. And we have heard from Renu and Imrana and others about how women had no access to health facilities because there were no vehicles they were allowed to board. Adolescent girls may have become pregnant through sexual assault or other means. We know that there were migrant women who do not have the documentation needed. And we've heard a lot in the first session about the importance of documentation. And therefore, those women would not have bank accounts, and so they become the unrequired citizens that Ritu spoke about. What we also found during the pandemic is that caste, class, sexual and communal divisions exacerbated the existing gender disadvantages and added to the health vulnerability of women, girls, and gender diverse individuals in so many ways. Next slide. So this is a picture of a woman who gave birth on a highway. She's an Adivasi woman. She walked from Nashik to Satna, which is 1,000 kilometers, when she was heavily pregnant. And some way into her journey, she stopped by the highway, gave birth to this baby that she's holding, rested for an hour, picked herself up, and walked on. We know that Adivasi women, Muslim women, and Dalit women have faced the worst experiences of discrimination. The news has been full of so many stories in which they have been neglected. We know that women have been thrown out of work, they have been denied wages, and we know that they have also not had the benefit of social protection. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So I think what we always have to remember in terms of our policy response is the fact that already the local exclusion and discrimination that they have faced, and sometimes sudden crises, the displacement and the kind of eviction that we've heard about, can drive the migration of millions of such vulnerable families, which are already resource poor, into situations where they are willing to work without any kind of documentation and therefore do not actually receive social security in return. The exploitative conditions in which they have worked in the informal sector has allowed employers to just abandon them literally without paying wages. We've heard so many stories of these migrants who have been struggling because even the wages that were due to them were not paid because the contractor had run away or the employer was refusing to answer the phone. Next, please. So what is the response of the health system to the people in this situation? Is it an adequate response? Next, please. So the health system in India appears to be very straightforward. It has these 3 tiers. Everything is laid out. We have a system that apparently works really well. Next, please. However, if we look at the nitty-gritty of how the money is moving, then we find that actually the citizens of India are not receiving an equitable share of the public health investment. So, for example, we know, and there might be people in this audience who are also benefiting from some of these, that for the central government health system, the government invests a per capita amount of almost 10,000 rupees per year, including expenditure in tertiary elite private hospitals. We also know that for the armed forces and railways, there are enhanced amounts as well as special hospitals and a special cadre of health providers who are not available for the general public. But if we look at the general public, we find that the average per capita spending on them per year is 1,500 rupees, but this is extremely uneven across the states. And already we know that the draft National Health Policy had calculated that a minimum of rupees 3,800 per capita needs to be spent on the population in the public health domain. But the government spending today is actually less than half of that. Next slide. What happens as a result? First of all, we find that we have a shortage of nurses, we have a shortage of doctors, despite producing hundreds of thousands of allopathic doctors each year. The specialists who are available in the community health centers there's a shortfall of 81%. So when we are talking about women seeking specialized care for the kind of complications during pregnancy, they just don't have the doctors that they can access in the public domain. And unsurprisingly, as a result of all this, the private sector actually has 85% of doctors in India, and in urban areas, we have 4 times more health professionals than in rural areas. So the net result on the citizen, and here we are talking about those who are not part of elite employment, such as the army, the navy, the railways, the central government services, the rest of India, the most marginalized, the most vulnerable, and usually the poorest, over 70% of health spending in India is out of pocket, and these are the people who are paying for it because the public health system fails them. Next, please. And we have had this mentioned earlier, but I would like to flag that although women are a dominant part of the health workforce in India, we find only 17% are actually doctors. Most of them are clustered in the low paid, the part-time, and the completely informal care jobs. For instance, the ASHA workers, there are about 1 million ASHA workers across India. Right now, we are hearing a lot about them during COVID, and we know that they have been providing the direct services and care for pregnant women. The state is their primary employer, but the state's absolute abdication of its responsibility is that they have been struggling for years now, and yet they have not received fair compensation, and neither have they received the forms of social protection that should be their due. Next, please. So we find that there are glaring gaps in the health system, and in response to maternal rights, we find that the understaffed and the poorly resourced public health system has been struggling during COVID to cope with the demand for intensive care, and it has been designating tertiary facilities as COVID centers. So as Imrana mentioned, all other health services became unavailable, and those who were not suffering from COVID, those who had TB, for instance, kidney failure, cardiac issues, cancers, none of them actually could seek care within the public sector. What happens as a result? The state has literally pushed people into the arms of the private sector. And as Imrana pointed out, they have made a killing as a result of this. They have really exploited the situation, and all thoughts of solidarity, of COVID warriors, of us cheering up the health providers, all of it is really ironic when we know that the real frontline warriors, the ASHAs and the Anganwadi workers, were not compensated, did not receive their payments for 4 months. And yet we find that the private sector made hay while the sun shone. There has been an insurance scheme, but we found that the early data shown even by the World Bank studies, this scheme was unable to protect the poor from the catastrophic health expenditures during the pandemic. Next, please. What are the policies that could really have helped? So the first thing I think that as the women's movement, we also need to claim is that there has to be an equitable per capita investment per year in public health. The second thing is that since the 15 years of institutional delivery promotion policy has decimated any semblance of community-based care for pregnant women, we do now need to look at providing decentralized maternal care. Having nurse practitioners or nurse midwives available in health and wellness centers could provide a way forward. It is essential that we recognize the invisible and unrecognized real COVID warriors on the ground, and these were the frontline women health workers. We need to ensure fair working conditions and that they must receive actually the compensation for their time that is really deserved, and the social security, which is their right. And finally, the state really needs now to regulate the private sector and control the out-of-pocket expenditure. I also want to end by saying that policymaking has to recognize and address the needs of the most marginalized and the most vulnerable. Policymaking by default imagines a male citizen who is affluent enough to have a smartphone and who always has a permanent address. That is not the reality. And especially for women who work in the informal sector, the 95% of women, this is not the reality. And policies really need to recognize that. Next, please. So I'd like to thank you for your attention. And thank you once again to my co-panelists and to the chair. And thank you, Neeta, for your patience and giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jashodhara, for a very comprehensive and very interesting presentation. So now we will move to the last speaker, and I would request you to please stay on if you can. I know you have another commitment, but it will be good for you to continue at least to the end of the session. So we have the next speaker, Dr. Sharath Kumari. Can I request, please?
सभी साथियों को जिंदाबाद, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं इस पूरी जो व्यवस्था है संचालन की, मैं आप सबों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूं कि आपने मुझे मौका दिया है। खासकर उस टॉपिक के अंदर की जो महामारी की अव्यवस्था थी और उसमें जो संघर्ष रहा, उस संघर्ष में मैं खासकर महिला श्रमिकों और उसमें भी खासकर जो प्रवासी महिला श्रमिक हमारी रही हैं, उन्होंने जो संघर्ष झेला है इस पूरी अव्यवस्था का, उसके बारे में जो हमारा जमीनी स्तर का अनुभव रहा है मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगी। जब हम माइग्रेशन शब्द बोलते हैं या प्रवासन शब्द बोलते हैं तो हम अपनी प्रगति के लिए करते हैं तो कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन जैसे ही वो स्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन होता है दबाव में, चाहे वह किसी भी प्रकार का दबाव हो, तो निश्चित रूप से वह स्त्री हो या पुरुष दोनों ही निश्चित रूप से बहुत सारी चुनौतियों का सामना करते हैं, बहुत सारे संकटों का सामना करते हैं। लेकिन जब हम महिलाओं की बात करते हैं, खासकर श्रमिक वर्ग की महिलाओं की बात करते हैं, तो जेंडर सेंट्रिक उनकी जो चुनौतियां हैं, जो लिंग आधारित भेदभाव की जो चुनौतियां हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाती हैं और उन्हें उनका सामना करना पड़ता है। और इस कारण से उनका जो कार्य क्षेत्र है उसमें जो काम की परिस्थितियां हैं, उनके काम के जो पूरे घंटे हैं, काम में जो उनकी भागीदारी है या फिर उनकी मजदूरी है, वो सारा कुछ प्रभावित होता है और विभिन्न प्रकार के शोषण का वो शिकार होने लगती हैं। खासकर जब हम प्रवासी महिला मजदूरों की बात करते हैं, हम देखते हैं कि वह कृषि के क्षेत्र में है, वो गारमेंट फैक्ट्री में काम करती हैं, इसके अलावा हेलो, वो गारमेंट फैक्ट्रीज में काम करती हैं, या जो अन्य क्षेत्रों में हमारी जो होम बेस्ड वर्कर्स हैं, जो घरेलू कामगार के रूप में बाहर जाती हैं, काम करती हैं। तो इन विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में महिलाएं काम करती हैं। लेकिन जब ये पेंडेमिक की पूरी जो डिसलोकेशन की सिचुएशन आई, तो उस सिचुएशन में जैसे ही जो लॉकडाउन का मामला आया और जो पूरी परिस्थितियां बदली, तो उस स्थिति में जो वित्तीय परिस्थितियां थी वह तो खराब हुई ही, खाद्य सुरक्षा तक का मामला उनके सामने खड़ा हो गया और फिर वापस अपने राज्य में या अपने जिलों में वापस लौटना उनके लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में सामने आया। जिसे अलग अलग रूपों में हम देखें तो अभी हमारी साथी यशोधरा जी जो कह रही थी कि लौटने के दौरान जो गर्भवती महिलाएं थी या लौटने के दौरान जो उन्हें लौटने की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, तो वो या तो महामारी की शिकार थी, गोद में बच्चे थे, सर पर उनके सामान थे, और ऐसी स्थितियों में जो महिलाओं ने झेला है वो शब्दों से परे है। तो वो जो उनके स्वास्थ्य के को लेके जो पूरा मामला था उसको हमारे पुराने वरिष्ठ साथियों ने अपनी बातों में रखा है, इसलिए मैं उससे आगे बढ़ते हुए कहना चाहूंगी कि जो सबसे बड़ी बात महिला श्रमिकों की आई, जब वो प्रवासी महिला श्रमिक अपने घरों की ओर लौटे तो सबके सब लगभग बेरोजगार हो गए। खासकर मैं बिहार के संदर्भ में, चूंकि बिहार में बिल्कुल जमीनी स्तर से जुड़ के हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, तो हमने पाया है कि जो लौट के आई हैं महिलाएं, उसमें से महिलाएं बेरोजगार हो गई हैं, कई के पूरे परिवार तक भी बेरोजगार हो गए हैं। और इन परिस्थितियों में महिलाएं सबसे ज्यादा बार्गेन की शिकार हो रही हैं कि अगर कहीं कुछ मौका मिल भी रहा है, चाहे वह मनरेगा हो, चाहे कृषि के क्षेत्र में हो, तो वहाँ वो बार्गेन की शिकार हो रही हैं कि चलो आप इतनी ही मजदूरी में और इतने घंटे काम कर लो, यानी काम के घंटे बढ़ रहे हैं लेकिन मजदूरी घट रही है। तो इस तरह की स्थितियों को हमारी महिलाएं झेल रही हैं। मैं बहुत संक्षेप में एक जानकारी शेयर करना चाहूंगी कि जो एक्शन एड एसोसिएशन है उसने इस पूरी परिस्थिति में प्रवासी मजदूरों के साथ लगातार खड़े रहने की कोशिश की कि जब वो रास्ते में चल रहे थे तो विभिन्न राज्यों में सड़कों पर खड़े होकर उन तक खाना पानी पहुंचाना हमारा चलता रहा, हमारे पूरी संस्था की तरफ से। उसमें हमने महसूस किया कि हम जो सच में इनकी क्या स्थिति है, इन्हें समझा जाए, आगे इनको मदद करने की क्या नीति अपनाई जा सकती है या फिर नीति आयोग तक क्या बातें पहुंचाई जा सकती है। तो एक स्टडी किया गया जिसमें लगभग 16,961 मजदूरों तक हम पहुंच पाए, उसमें 37% महिलाओं तक हमारी पहुंच बनी। और तब हम जब उसका एक विश्लेषण का जो मुख्य अंश है जो महिलाओं से मैं रखना चाहूंगी कि उस 37% महिलाओं में 48% महिलाएं जो हैं वह पूरी तरह बेरोजगार हो गई। उसके बाद अगर हम बात करते हैं तो 41.8 महिलाएं जो हैं वो बहुत मतलब कम समय के लिए उनको काम मिल रहा था, पार्ट टाइम हम अगर कहें तो पार्ट टाइम काम कर रही थी, और मात्र 10% महिलाएं ही अपने काम पर वापस रह सकी। तो इन परिस्थितियों को महिलाओं ने झेला। और इसके अलावा जो कुछ खास चीजों को हम आपके साथ जोड़ना चाहें कि ये जो पूरी व्यवस्था हुई, इस अव्यवस्था के दौरान जब हमारी प्रवासी महिलाएं लौट रही थी या लौटना चाह रही थी, उसमें कई जगह वह बंधक भी बन गई। जो बिहार की घटना में बताऊं कि कई पति खुद चले आए, चूंकि वहां से दोनों साथ निकलते तो ठेकेदार उन्हें नहीं आने देता या मालिक नहीं आने देता, तो पति खुद चले आए और पत्नी उनकी बंधक बन गई। तो गुजरात में वो बंधक बन गई और बाद में फिर काफी दिनों के बाद वो अब जाके अपने घर आ पाई हैं। उसके लिए उन्हें बहुत सारा वहां काम करना पड़ा। खुद बिहार में ही एक जिले से दूसरे जिले में काम करने गई थी महिलाएं, अपने परिवार के साथ गई थी, तो पूरे पूरे परिवार के साथ अपने बच्चों के साथ वो बंधक बन गई और विभिन्न प्रकार के हिंसा का वो शिकार वहां होती रही। तो खाद्य सुरक्षा से लेकर शारीरिक मानसिक प्रताड़ना का वो शिकार होती रही। तो ये जो हमारी खासकर महिला श्रमिकों की स्थिति रही। और अब जो स्थितियां आ रही हैं, जो हमारी ये स्टडी थी बिल्कुल प्रारंभिक दौर में हुई और सेकंड राउंड में, कि अभी जो नई परिस्थितियां कि जब अब लॉकडाउन खुला, धीरे धीरे लोग बाहर निकल रहे हैं, तो इन परिस्थितियों में क्या हो रहा है कि जो नए काम आ रहे हैं, चाहे वह एग्रीकल्चर के हों या मनरेगा का मामला हो, तो महिलाओं को प्राथमिकता नहीं मिल रही है उनको। और अगर उनको प्राथमिकता मिलती है तो उनसे बार्गेन बहुत ज्यादा किया जा रहा है, जो हमने पहले भी कहा कि चाहे वो काम के घंटे के रूप में हो या फिर मजदूरी के रूप में हो। और इसके साथ साथ हमारे महिला मजदूरों ने यह भी बताया कि जो काम करने की परिस्थितियां हैं, बिल्कुल ही प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों में महिलाएं काम करती हैं। जो यौनिक हिंसा का मामला है वो तो हर समय वो तलवार उनके सर पर लटकती रहती है, खासकर जब ईंट भट्ठों में महिलाएं काम करने जाती हैं। कई बार एग्रीकल्चर के में भी इस तरह के मामले आते हैं। मनरेगा में भी कई बार पूरा पेमेंट लेने के लिए इस तरह की चीजों का उन्हें शिकार होना पड़ता है। जो होम बेस्ड वर्कर हैं, उनके जो दलाल हैं जो बीच में उन्हें पैसे पहुंचाते हैं, उनके द्वारा विभिन्न प्रकार की हिंसा की वो शिकार होती रहती हैं। इसके अलावा जिन जगहों पर काम करती हैं, चाइल्ड केयर की जो व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए या उनके लिए जो शौचालय की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, मतलब इस तरह की चीजें तो पहले भी कम थी, जैसा हम सब जानते हैं। वो स्थितियां और भी ज्यादा उनके साथ कठिन हो गई। दूसरी जो एक बड़ी बात महिलाओं के संदर्भ में, कि जो भूखमरी की जो स्थिति जब उनके सामने आई, पूरा का पूरा परिवार जो प्रवासन से लौटा, माइग्रेशन से लौटा, तो उनके बच्चे भी बाल मजदूरी में काम कर रहे थे, तो सबके सब बेरोजगार हो गए। इसमें जो एक मानसिक ट्रॉमा की अगर हम बात करें तो उस तरह के तनाव से भी महिलाएं गुजर रही हैं। और कई महिलाएं ऐसी भी हैं, हमारे सामने घटनाएं आई हैं निकल के, कि उन्होंने चोरी छुपे जो घरेलू शराब होते हैं वो बना के बेचना शुरू किया, और उससे भी कमजोर स्थिति में जो महिलाएं चली गईं, उन्होंने जिस्म फरोशी के धंधे में अंततः अपना कदम रख दिया। तो इस स्थिति तक ये महिलाएं, जो श्रमिक महिलाएं थी, जो अपने मेहनत कश महिलाएं थी, वो काम कर रही थी। एक बड़ी संख्या हमारी पूरी अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ मानी जाती है असंगठित क्षेत्र में काम करने वाली हमारी महिलाएं। उन महिलाओं ने इस पूरी जो पेंडेमिक की व्यवस्था है, इसमें इन्होंने संघर्ष किया है। एक लगातार जब कई बार उनकी स्थिति ऐसी हुई कि जो फेरी में जाने वाली महिलाएं थी, उन्होंने अपने परिवार को सपोर्ट करने की कोशिश की, कि तो उसमें एक बुजुर्ग महिला की मैं घटना जरूर सुनाना चाहूंगी, कि जब पूरा परिवार उनका बेरोजगार होकर लौटा, तो फेरी के द्वारा वो कमा के परिवार को कुछ मदद करना चाह रही थी। उसमें जो उन्होंने पैसे जमा किए, तो जो अभी पूरे अपने देश में चल रहा है कि डिजिटल इंडिया, उसने जो धोखा दिया है खासकर मजदूर वर्ग को, और उसमें महिलाओं को विशेषकर, क्योंकि हमारी महिलाएं शिक्षा से बहुत दूर हैं, और इस डिजिटल इंडिया ने कि बस आप अंगूठा लगाइए चाची और आपके पैसे निकल आएंगे, वो जो सिस्टम चला है, उसमें महिलाएं जब अंगूठा लगाती हैं तो वह कहता है उन्हें कि इस बार अंगूठा सही से नहीं लगा, एक बार फिर से अंगूठा लगाइए, और उनके पैसे निकलते जाते हैं। और जब वो बाद में बैंक जाती हैं तो उन्हें पता लगता है कि उनके बैंक में पैसे निकल चुके हैं। उनके 25,000 रुपए निकल गए, उनके हाथ में 5,000 रुपए उसने दिया और 20,000 रुपए उसने गायब कर दिए। इस तरह की सेटिंग बिहार में ये मामला बहुत ज्यादा रहा है, यहाँ तक कि इसमें पंचायत प्रतिनिधियों ने भी इसका संज्ञान लिया है, और जो अच्छे जागरूक प्रतिनिधि हैं वो इसका प्रचार प्रसार कर रहे हैं कि भाई थोड़ी मेहनत लगे, बैंक जाके पैसे निकालो, लेकिन अंगूठे लगा के पैसे नहीं निकालो। और सबसे ज्यादा इसका शिकार हमारी जो मजदूर बहनें हुई हैं। सरकार ने जो 6,000 रुपए इस दौरान देने की बात की, वो जिनके खाते तक पहुंचे, लेकिन उनके हाथों तक वो पैसे नहीं पहुंचे, क्योंकि वैसे समय में इसका बहुत ज्यादा उपयोग किया गया और उनके पैसे निकाल लिए गए। तो इसमें भी हमारी महिलाओं ने बहुत तकलीफ झेली है, कि उन्होंने जो ऐसे पैसे खास समय के लिए परिवार के लिए बचा रखे थे, जो बचत की महिलाओं की आदत होती है, लेकिन वो पैसे भी डिजिटल इंडिया ने उनसे जो ठगी कर लिए, तो एक बहुत बड़े चुनौती यह भी एक सामने आई हमारी महिला मजदूरों के लिए। तो इन परिस्थितियों में जब हम लगातार बात करते हैं कि वर्कफोर्स के रूप में महिलाएं घट क्यों रही हैं, तो सच्चाई यह है कि जो पुरानी व्यवस्था थी वह पूरी व्यवस्था भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं रही है कि महिलाएं को जो काम का जो पूरा माहौल है वो हम प्रॉपर उन्हें नहीं दे पाते हैं। और अभी जो स्थिति है वह और भी बदतर हो गई है। मैं इसमें जोड़ना चाहूंगी कि जो असंगठित क्षेत्र की महिलाएं हैं वो तो हैं ही, जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जो महिलाएं काम करती हैं, जो कोचिंगों में पढ़ा रही थी या प्राइवेट स्कूलों में पढ़ा रही थी, उन सबको ऑनलाइन क्लास लेना था, लेकिन उन्हें पैसे नहीं मिले इस 4 महीने के। तो क्योंकि भाई घाटा हो रहा है कोचिंग को, तो जो कि हमारे एक सीनियर साथी ने बात रखी हुई कि गारमेंट फैक्ट्री को हो रहा है फायदा, लेकिन भाई हम तो अभी इस स्थिति को झेल रहे हैं। उस नाम पर उन्होंने अपने मजदूरों को और भी ज्यादा जो है उन्होंने शोषण करने की कोशिश की। तो ये हमारे खासकर जो छोटे छोटे दिहाड़ी पर काम करती थी शहरों में आके महिलाएं, बाहर से आके ब्यूटी पार्लर्स में या दुकानों में शॉपकीपर्स को सपोर्ट करने में, रिसेप्शनिस्ट के रूप में जो मॉल सब में काम करने वाली थी, वो सारे बंद हो गए। तो उस तरह की जो असंगठित क्षेत्र में काम करने वाली महिलाएं हैं, उन्होंने भी इस चीज को बहुत ज्यादा झेला है। और अधिकांश अभी जो हम बात करें कि चूंकि हमारी जो बातचीत में आई कि 48% महिलाएं बेरोजगार हो गई हैं पूरी तरह से, और उसके साथ जो उनके ऊपर जो घरेलू हिंसा की पूरी जो बात आई कि एक तो डबल वर्डन, जो महिलाएं अगर थोड़ा काम करती भी रही तो उन्होंने डबल वर्डन को बहुत ही जबरदस्त तरीके से झेला है। और इस डबल वर्डन में जो हिंसा बढ़ी है उनके ऊपर, उसे हमारे साथी रेणु मिश्रा जी ने काफी विस्तार से रखा है। यह किसी एक जगह की बात नहीं है, लगभग सभी जगह पर महिलाओं ने इन चीजों को झेला है। श्रमिक महिलाओं ने विशेष रूप से इसलिए झेला है कि किसी तरह लोकल में, स्थानीय स्तर पर वो बाहर निकल के कुछ कमा के लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके बेटे, उनके पति घर में ही रह रहे हैं, बेरोजगार हैं। तो वो बगल के घरों में जाके किसी तरह काम करके या बगल के खेतों में थोड़ा बहुत काम करके कुछ लाने जा रही हैं, वह भी कर रही हैं, घर के लिए राशन की भी व्यवस्था कर रही हैं, लेकिन घर के अंदर जो डबल बर्डन और हिंसा की भी शिकार हो रही हैं। तो ये जो बहुत ही कठिन परिस्थितियों से हमारी जो महिला श्रमिक है वो उन्होंने इस पूरी परिस्थितियों को झेला है। मुझे लगता है कि समय का अभाव है, लेकिन इतने कम समय के लिए भी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय को रखने का मुझे मौका दिया। और ये विषय अपने आप में इतना बड़ा है, भविष्य में मैं उम्मीद करूंगी कि इस पूरी व्यवस्था से कि हम लोग इस मुद्दे को लेके आगे अगर काम कर सकें बेहतर तरीके से तो और भी अच्छा होगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you. Thank you. And all the speakers have now shared with us their experiences from different sectors, from different locations. And it has been a very interesting session. I know that we are running out of time, so I will not be summarizing any of those points that has been discussed. But I thought it's important for us to flag one or two issues and then open for discussion. One is that the fact that all these presentations have shown us how some of the structural ruptures and disruptions that are there, which are also pointing to systemic failures, and how these have become kind of more evident in the time of COVID, in the time of the pandemic. So given all this, I actually will go back to what Professor Imrana Khadir has raised about development models. Can we call them development models, or we need to find out some other name, some other kind of a to basically understand what is happening. So do we call it as a retrogression model instead of development model, because it doesn't seem to be having any of those development dimensions in it anymore. So that's an issue. Second, I think it is, the presentations have really looked at how there is a systematic kind of, attack on public health system, not only health system, but all social sectors, and how and why this has happened over the time. And here, I think it is important for us to also look at, maybe it's time to look at the differential experiences that comes from different states having, very different development patterns, development models, so-called development models. What are we learning from these different experiences? And a question that is very important here again then is, will these experiences that we have in this period help us to revisit the models, and how much can we actually engage with this then? And what are we then to do as associate groups and of women? How do we actually take up some of these issues in the future in terms of looking at revisiting these models? And here, I will end up by saying that as a group, women studies scholars, women studies, the team as such has not been engaging with the development models as such to the extent that it requires attention. So maybe it's a plea to everyone to also now, maybe consider looking at some of these issues deeper, and also have kind of a plan in terms of how do we look at revisit these models now. So I know there is not much time, but if there are any questions, please unmute and ask. I hope we can take 2-3 minutes for some questions.
Neeta, I could ask a question.
Yes.
What is quite particular that emerged is that asymmetries of information, which have actually put women at a disadvantage. The last speaker spoke about digital India and its great cheating on the women of India that is being perpetrated. So the use of information, we know that the state has used information in a certain way to actually, Imrana had talked about how, for instance, these various, like for instance, Ramdev's medicines that were, COVID, supposed to be anti-COVID, was actually marketed at this time and allowed and facilitated in indirect ways by the government. So I just wanted to flag this asymmetries of information, which leave women very, very disadvantaged. Thank you. If anyone wants to respond to it, it's fine, but I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah. I wanted to add something a little bit here. At the beginning, when the crisis started, we noticed that there was some attempt to actually foreground the crisis in the public health system itself. And there were a few, I remember attending a couple of webinars at that stage, which had people like Sujata Rao, maybe Imrana and so on, also there. Unfortunately, that is completely, the crisis that we thought this crisis will lead to a real review of the public health system has receded. And now the entire attention is on this vaccine, which is going to be the miracle that will come by. And all discussions, every night on NDTV or whatever it is, all you get is the vaccine, the vaccine, the vaccine. And the state of the healthcare, which actually is part of the reason why the crisis has been so huge, has simply retreated. So I think that in a sense, feminists will definitely have to engage with the public health system and go back there to push it. This crisis. The session has been quite amazing in pointing out the different types of experiences that women have been through during this COVID, and I think it's been very rich from that point of view.
Anyone else? I know there's no time, but do you want to? I will invite the speakers to respond if they would like to. Can I ask Professor Imrana Qadir?
Yeah. Yes, I surely would like to. This question of asymmetry of information, to me, it's not only, asymmetry is not only in terms of access. Of course, there is an asymmetry of access. But there is an asymmetry in acceptance of information. And it's a very class-based, caste and class-based phenomena, because a large section is interested in the kind of information that is being promoted, and they like it. And if you don't like it, then it's your business. to speak against it, to organize against it. So we have to be very clear. Are we talking of access, or we are talking of quality of information, and who agrees and who does not agree? And unfortunately today, those who do not agree have to give the rationalization, have to find the space to place their voices. There is no space for your voice. So you have to find ways and means, and it should be a part of our struggle. And secondly, this whole thing of COVID and public health perspective, I mean, I've been talking and writing and debating. I mean, you talk of role of media on one hand. It is very much a part of that. The media is not interested in projecting the public health perspective. And public health perspective itself is today of two kinds. One is that which is settled by technology. Technology alone is going to solve all our problems, whether it is a bullet train or the robot or whatever. So that is the kind of public health which is out for sale. And in a market-oriented model, in a direction that we have chosen to go in politically and by the establishment, that is what is being promoted. That is what the media is selling. That is where information is oriented for. So you have to take this on, and please let us stop complaining that you are not seeing the public health perspective of the kind you expected, where public health basically means for the people, by the people. That kind of thing is not popular today. Now, let us be very clear that it's not enough to say that this is how it should be. This is what we feel, that this is how it should be. But the technological model is a more powerful model because it is backed by international business. It's backed by very powerful forces. And therefore, uh, you have to find the linkages between people who are talking of the public health perspective. And that's why I encourage
I think we have lost Imrana. So can I ask the rest of the speakers to come in now? Please take 1 minute each, and please be brief. Jashodhara.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. No, I mean, I completely agree with what said, is that I think the women's groups and the women's movement engage much more integrally with what is happening in the health sector. And we've all been, I think, assuming that the public health groups would be looking after public health. And so, I think there's been a slight distancing of, feminist engagement with health. And I feel that really needs to come in much more strongly right now. Imrana has talked about so many of the issues. I've also flagged a few issues. I think we really need to engage much more deeply with the kind of inequities and especially the very gendered inequity that's happening. And as I wrote in the chat box, I think one of the feminist solidarities that is really needed right now is with the struggles of the frontline workers who are women whose voluntary part-time informal work is being seen as an extension of the kind of reproductive labor that they perform within the household. It's been extended into the communities. And I feel there aren't enough feminist discussions on this. We really need to stand in solidarity with them and to insist that they must be recognized as workers. They've all been working for more than decades now. We really need to engage with that. Thank you very much.
I think we need to quickly wind up.
Okay. So let me give 1 minute to Sharath if she wants to, because Renu Mishra has already left. Sharath, you want to speak? Or is it fine for us to go and wind it up now?
नहीं नहीं, शुक्रिया, आप आगे बढ़ें। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही गुजारिश करूंगी कि जो विमेन स्टडी की पूरी व्यवस्था है, इसमें भविष्य में महिला श्रमिकों के मुद्दे को लेके हम लोगों को जरूर काम करना चाहिए।
सही है,
Yeah,
ये तो बिल्कुल सही है।
yeah. So
Yeah.
I think we will close the session now.
Yeah, and move to the next session.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all the speakers and all the participants. Thank you.
So let's Indu, please come on board and take charge. People are desperate, but it's really difficult to maintain time. When it's face to face, it's easier. When it's online, it becomes even more difficult.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Uma, and thank you, IAWS, firstly for organizing this event. I think it's very important that we discuss the issues, and I think the last two sessions have been very, very enriching. They've put on board very crucial issues. I wish there was more time to discuss. Since we don't have too much time left within the stipulated program, I'm not going to take too long. I'll just say that of course, issues of women's work and labor related aspects have come up in the previous two sessions also. But it is important that we are having this session, which is focusing on working women's struggles, claiming equality, because it is a fact that somehow in the study of women's movements and in the writing of the women's movement, working women's struggles have not featured and figured in the same way as we see in terms of the intensity, in terms of the very, very crucial issues that women workers have been raising, not just in recent years, but over a long time. During the pandemic, of course, several other kinds of aspects have come up. Also, issues of women's work have and clearly the pandemic has told us that once again, I mean, I have seen that in my study of the depression years, almost 100 years ago, that when the crisis happens, how it is women who are often made to carry the burdens and the bashing, in a sense, of the crisis in their own specific way. It is important that we are having this discussion in the context of constitutional rights, because as previous speakers pointed out, there are certain omissions and acts of omission, not by default necessarily, which have been which we have witnessed in the last during the pandemic itself and over the last couple of years with regard to workers' rights and to where working women also emerge in a very big way. Also in terms of the whole issue of right to livelihood, dignity, security including at the workplace. I think the linkages between working women's struggles and the larger democratic movement really need to be explored, probed much more, because I think they would tell us more about not only those struggles, but also about the nature of movements for both defending democracy as well as strengthening the struggle for democratic rights. As we can see, while we are meeting here, the farmer struggles are on, the protests are on. It is true that amongst the women workers and work issues, livelihood issues, somehow rural women's struggles have also not featured so prominently, which would lead to other aspects of the agrarian crisis, the linkages with caste-based patterns of land ownership and discrimination. So it's a very, very vast field. However, obviously, we cannot take everything in our stride in the matter of the 1 hour that we may have. We were slotted 1 hour 15 minutes. We have 4 speakers. I will quickly introduce the panel. Um, uh, it is very interesting always that when you have all very close friends on the panel, you still find it difficult to introduce them. So it's good to have received a bio note from IAWS. I'll begin with the names as mentioned in the bio note. So Indrani Mazumdar, who recently retired as senior fellow at the Center for Women's Development Studies, New Delhi. She has worked for long years on gender, labor, migration issues, and has authored many articles, papers, book chapters, as well as a book on women workers and globalization. I'm not reading the full title. She has always had a special interest in issues of women's work and labor, is a former General Secretary of the IAWS for the years 2014 to 17, and has a vast experience in students, women's, and also trade union movement. Navcharan Singh is a senior program specialist, part of the Women's Rights and Citizenship Program of the Asia Office of the IDRC. She has been a prominent advocate for women's rights throughout South Asia. In her work, she has focused on questions of women's rights, violence, sexual violence, particularly in conflict zones. Navcharan spends much of her time on research and advocacy, focusing on issues of women's marginalization in the economy, polity, and society, and has traveled continuously during these years through South Asia and, of course, other places. But she has also worked with several women's research organizations and NGOs in campaigns and struggles for advocacy around very critical aspects of criminal investigations of and SOPs in terms of sexual violence, as well as uh, it says is campaigning against the 35-day limitation period for reporting a rape in Nepal, and has created medical protocols for gathering evidence when a rape victim is brought to a hospital. And I think that's very interesting, particularly in the context of a country in our own region. Vasavi Kiro co-founded the Torang Trust in 2005 in Jharkhand that focuses on improving the lives of tribal people in the region. She was formerly a member of the Jharkhand State Commission for Women and has represented India at UN Human Rights Council for Indigenous People in Geneva in 2019. She has been a professional journalist for 17 years and continues to write on special issues in the print media particularly. She has a rich experience of working among tribal and non-tribal women in Jharkhand and issues of tribal health and ethnomedicine, forest, land, environment, herbs, etc. She has received many, many awards for her work in journalism and her writing. I'm not going to name them here. Of course, Chameli Devi Award is well known, and the MacArthur Foundation Fellowship. She also has a long association with IAWS. Our last speaker in the session is A.R. Sindhu. Sindhu is the General Secretary of the All India Federation of Anganwadi Workers and Helpers and the National Secretary of the CITU, the Center of Indian Trade Unions. Sindhu has actively been involved with the new wave protests, especially over the last few months, by care workers across India, demanding rights and particularly their demands during the pandemic. This wave has been triggered by, of course, the pandemic and how the previous sessions talked about the frontline workers, and women, Anganwadi and Asha workers are part of those struggles. And these women have put their lives at stake to provide primary health care to Indians across the country. It is true that these struggles, even as they have grown, as organizing amongst these workers, as women workers, has grown, somehow these aspects have really not come into light as much and not into the discussion. So I look forward to an interesting session We are late. I would request everyone to stick to a schedule of about 12 minutes so that it gives us some time for discussion. So we'll begin with Indrani, Navcharan, Vasavi, and Sindhu in that order. Thank you. So Indrani, please start. Indrani, can't hear.
Sorry, I was just beginning to say that I will dispense with all the social niceties because we are really short of time. But anyway, technologies also take a little time. But anyway, the point, what I wanted to start by saying that our preceding sessions have laid out a lot of very wide terrain for us and made it easier in a certain sense and made it more difficult also in one sense to present the few points that I'm going to. I just want to take all those aspects as stated, all the issues that have, the way the issues have emerged in terms of women as women, women as workers, and women as citizens also. And the rise of the authoritarian state, the divisive and communalization of state power, and also the attack which is combined with an attack on basic rights in all these three areas. My presentation is actually confined in a certain sense to women as workers, and I have really got a few points that I really wanted to make because I knew there would be a shortage of time, particularly in the last session. The first, and it's just basically a little bit of evidence, contextual evidence that I wanted to bring to the table because I feel this is particularly important. The first point is, of course, the particularly gendered employment crisis that we have been facing for the last so many years. It's not an absolutely new thing. It's not brought in by the pandemic. And as Neeta said, there have been ruptures and volatilities from an earlier period, which have been aggravated in this current scenario. But the point is that this employment crisis that women have been facing, I do believe, has not received the due attention that it deserved from women's studies. Some of us have been talking about it, but it has not captured the imagination of many people. And I think this has emerged as the key issue in this period, and which is why we have also seen that the struggles, because you see on the one side there has been an attack, but on the other side there have been struggles. And if you see that on the struggle side, women have emerged in the forefront on employment issues and on working issues related to their work life. And that's been a dynamic element which has entered the movement and which I think we all need to begin to recognize. So I want to bring evidence. My point is to reiterate some evidence in relation to the crisis in employment, certain evidence of the socially differentiated experience of that particular crisis. A third point is evidence of the fact that women have been fighting back in a particular way. And this is evidence of their new role in the trade union movement today, which is evidenced in their rising proportions. I just wanted to bring that. And last point, if there's time, I would still like to raise some questions in relation to the current situation based on this one case of Arvina Khatun, whom everybody knows was the woman who died, and she was on the platform in Muzaffarnagar in Bihar. And when her little toddler son, Rahmat, was trying to wake her up. Anyway, if there's time, I will raise, I'd like to raise some questions for a general discussion on that. Let me, Arpita, if you've got the slides, can you put it up?
Yes,
Arpita?
I'll just do that.
Okay.
Yes, I'll just do that.
So I have got some slides. Let me just quickly try and run through them because, yeah, okay. happen again?
Yeah, it's just coming on.
Yeah, okay. So let's just move on to the next slide. Yeah. This is a very standard slide. Why is it coming like this? The last bit is missing.
Oh,
Anyway.
you're on the screen.
Oh, so what should I do?
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Okay, that's fine. I think this is basically a very standard slide that Neeta and I have been using frequently. But I'd still like to put it, this is the All India female work participation rates to show how female employment rates have fallen so drastically. And we all know now that it is not just a matter of a falling rate, there has been an absolute eviction of women from certain areas of employment. Now, in women's studies, in general, there has been a discussion about the invisibility of women's work. And that is true, because even within this, there is an undercounting and underenumeration of the kind of work women do. But what we have seen in recent times is a process of eviction of women, both paid and unpaid and paid workers from what is called the production boundary. And this has very serious consequences for their role in society and their particular forms of devaluation that go along with this. Now, because it's quite clear that gender relations alter if men bring in the money and women are not able to even add to the kitty in any form of concrete production thing. It makes a lot of difference to gender relations. But let me go to the next slide, please. Here I thought that this is a Northern Regional Conference, and it would be interesting to look at what actually happened in the states in the Northern region. So as you can see, between 2000, these are the slides, on the left-hand side is rural female work participation rates and right is urban. And obviously, it's something sometimes often surprising to people that female work participation rates were always higher in rural areas. But as you can see, the gap is actually narrowing down. And that's because there has been such a drastic fall in rural areas. You can see that in Uttar Pradesh, it dropped by almost 14%. In Bihar, rural female work participation has reduced to 2.6%. Now, this is an incredible figure, of course. 2.6% it doesn't seem credible at all. And obviously, there is undercounting in this, but the fact is that it's showing such a drastic fall. Uttarakhand, which was known for high female work participation rates, look at the way it has fallen in Uttarakhand, and of course Haryana too. This was another thing. It is always assumed that women in Haryana, in rural Haryana, have been a very prominent in the production process, but even Haryana, you can see the fall is absolutely the maximum. Urban, of course, as the picture is of, and Jharkhand, which is also because of its tribal population, because tribals always have a higher female work participation rate. But even Jharkhand, you can see it has dropped by almost halved. Now, urban, you can see. Let's go to the next slide, Arpita, please, because this is another set. Arpita?
Yeah, this is the next slide. Yeah.
Okay, right. Now, this is for Punjab, Delhi, Rajasthan, Himachal, and Jammu and Kashmir. And what is interesting is that, of course, you see, in rural female work participation rate, Bihar is obviously the lowest, which is 2.6%. But northern region also has the highest in terms of Himachal Pradesh, because 46.9 is quite high, even after the fall from 50. It is not as bad as, the situation is not as bad as it is in Uttarakhand, but it's obviously on the decline also. And Jammu and Kashmir, of course, this is the old before partitions and so on. It actually increased in rural areas and as well as slightly in urban areas. But urban areas remains pretty stagnant with a certain, it doesn't, is not compensating. So even though more women may be migrating to urban areas, it's not as if the employment rates are particularly attractive. Okay, can we move further? Next slide. Now, as I said, the second point I had wanted to make was that there is a differentiation in the impact of this employment crisis and the loss of employment for women across social groups. So for rural India, you can see here that its maximum fall is for scheduled tribes, followed by scheduled castes, followed by OBCs, and I'm using NITA's data up to 2011-12, and then I've used the published NSO data. She had managed to make a separation between Muslims and OBCs excluding Muslims, and had made a separate category for Muslims. I've not been able to do that for 2018-19. So you can just see that this includes Muslims and OBCs, but broadly speaking, the pattern remains more or less the same. What you can see is that it's like a reverse pyramid. And upper castes also have seen, in rural areas, all social groups have seen a fall, but least amongst upper castes and maximum amongst scheduled tribes. Can we go to the next slide, please? For urban India, what is interesting, and this is an important thing that we should also recognize, because when we are looking at women's work, we are also looking at the changes that are taking place. And here you will see that I don't know whether everybody is able to see the whole slide, but what you'll see is that the fall is of course less, but it's still there, except for upper castes. And here the point being that in upper castes, there's actually been a slight increase from a low base, of course, but there has been a slight increase in work participation rate. Now, we know that upper caste ideology has been one of the instruments by which women have been confined and kept out of the workforce because of the association of the polluting elements of work on women, etc., and especially outside the home. But but here there seems to be a particular change. And this we also know that in education, higher education particularly, women have achieved almost virtual parity as far as entry into higher education is concerned. So what we are seeing is a shift in the way upper castes are looking at their women, a certain loosening of some of these restrictions on their own community, whereas you're seeing an aggravated effect on other communities. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? On the other side, now I just wanted to push the question of this employment crisis and how important it is for us to understand, and the fact that women's right to work particularly it has acquired a centrality which I think we will fail our women if we do not focus on that as a key issue. And what are women workers themselves doing? And there you can see that on this one side, you have this falling work participation rates, falling employment rates, actual eviction from work within the production boundary. And on the other side, what are you see? You're seeing more and more women coming out in actions and playing a leading role in trade union struggles today. And this you can see in terms, first and foremost, in terms of this membership. Please look at this membership and you will see, I have done it from 2000 to 2016, 5 year karke. But the point is, you can see it has risen from 16.8% to 31.8%. Now, on the other side, the female share in the workforce has fallen to some 22%, 23%, and yet women's share in trade union membership has risen to this. This requires, I think, a certain change in a little more thought on our parts as to why is it that women are doing it. They're not doing it because we are saying it, or women's studies has suddenly discovered this. They're doing it on their own. So this is something we need to recognize. And what is particularly, can we move to the next slide, Arpita? Here you see the problem is, I have to confess that the trade union data is very bad. It is so poor because it is dependent on returns filed by trade unions, and many trade unions are more involved in doing the work than filing their returns. They may report to their own organizations, but they may not necessarily file the returns according to the legal provisions of the Trade Union Act, and so on and so forth. But also the government labor departments, because it's all through the labor departments have become practically, I don't know, they're just disempowered and they don't do anything, and they're become captives to the neoliberal framework. So they are not bothered with all this. So states also don't report properly. And so you have, because of that, these figures are actually complete underestimates. As any self-respecting trade unionist will tell you, Sindhu is there, she will herself show you that their membership, their one union membership will be more than what is shown here. But still, it does give us an idea of certain things. And that's all the states don't even report. So for the northern Indian states, we have for Himachal, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh. And here you can see again, Himachal has the highest share in membership, Haryana, followed by Haryana, and then Uttar Pradesh. And of course, apart from Himachal, both of them are below the All India average. But what is interesting, and I thought that it would be interesting for people to look at these two states, Kerala and Gujarat. This is for 2016. Kerala, you see, women's share in trade union membership is now 44%. Now that's a major development, which I don't think anybody has commented on. When I looked at it, I was myself very surprised. And I hope it can become something that we can think about. But what is interesting is Gujarat. Gujarat is the home of Seva. Now, Seva has had a long struggle for recognition as a central trade union. It has pushed its membership into the official records for this purpose. But what has happened that Gujarat, it has become 13,000, only 13. This is again an underestimate. Obviously, either Seva's returns are not getting filed or the state is not reporting, but the share is also 7.2%. Now, this is a question for us to ask ourselves as to what is happening, and maybe we should talk to Seva ki how is this a possible thing. As I said, there's a problem as far as the data is concerned also. But there is also this other question that we also need to look at, that you see, you have at this moment, and this has been discussed in the earlier presentations also, these frontline workers, these all-female workforces, ASHA workers, Anganwadi. Why is it they have not gone to the all-female trade union? They have gone to the mixed gender trade unions, and that is it is a particular situation that is there. They have acquired a position of leadership. It's a strange thing that because they're all female workforces, they have been able to acquire a certain position of leadership through their own autonomous activities within in the trade unions. But at the same time, the fact is that they have sought the mixed gender unions, the traditional trade unions, who are usually referred to as the bastions of patriarchy. But the point is that is where they have found their place, and they have found the vehicle for their voice. So this is one particular point.
Yeah. Indrani, please try to wind up.
Okay, yeah? Okay, I'm winding up. I'm done. Yeah. This is this. I don't think. Is there what's the next slide?
This is the next one.
Okay, now this is just to give you an idea of the segments and sectors in which the membership is there, but which have high proportion. As of course, it's clear, agriculture, forestry, fishing is where women have the highest share, 45%. Manufacturing, I have cloud mining and quarrying, which is a minimal number, but my main thing is manufacturing here, and actually manufacturing is 40.6% share for women. Construction, which is the third, where they have 38.8%, and services, which is a big lump, which of course accounts for around 38% of the trade union membership, female trade union, 33% of the female trade union membership, and about 39% of the male trade union. In that, they have 28%. These are interesting. It's interesting for us, and we need to unpack even though the data is so bad. Okay, I just thought that this would be of interest to people because it is new data. 2016 has just come, the trade union membership. Okay, can we go to the last slide, please? And here I'm not going to wrap it up or anything. I just wanted to make this. I know all of you know about this case of this woman who died and whose little toddler son was trying to wake her after she had died. Now, her case brings out many questions that we as researchers who have been working on particularly women, migrant women workers have been dealing with. And yet in the discussion around these cases, these issues have somehow not achieved any kind of foregrounding. So I've actually written out the points, and if there's a shortage of time, then I can leave it at that. People can read it. But there are 2 or 3 points that I'd say. One is everyone had heard that Arvina Khatun was from Katihar and she was married to somebody in Bareilly. Now, it's a big regional and social and cultural big gap, big gap. How did that occur? Her mother said it was through a broker. But the question is this cross-regional marriage it involves many elements on both sides, which is changing women's work and family roles. It's affecting. So Katihar is a poor region, and the block in which her own village was Azam Nagar block. Her village was Maheshpur. But anyway, the point is that that block has seen this, what they call the sale of girls to outside their region. So for marriage, that is a question that needs much more investigation. Now, everyone knows that she was divorced and she was back in her own natal home with her 2 children. And then she went to Ahmedabad as a construction worker. So firstly, this particular region also supplies a large number of Muslim construction workers. And from construction work, some of them have entered domestic work, which challenges this notion also that Muslim women do not work, although they do have a lower work participation rate compared to some other sections. But the fact is that there's also a big section of here, and they are not the Parda women. They are a different, I mean, they don't wear burqas, etc. Anyway, but the point is, one is that backstory has not been investigated despite so much of publicity to this particular case. The second thing is, she was working in construction. Okay, now we'll leave aside, she was called mentally sick and whatever, etc., etc. The question is, she was working on the construction site and she had carried her 2 children. So how was she managing all this particular? These are questions that need to be definitely brought into the frame. And the main point is construction, which has seen such a boom, which has been so highly corporatized on the capital side, how is she allowed to maintain workers only as a casual labor force, which is why they could just not pay their wages during this pandemic, which is why it led to this return by these the family.
Inrani,
Yeah.
please, we have.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt this, but we just can't go on this. May I immediately invite Navsharan to start? Yeah. Navsharan?
Thank you. Thanks, Indu. Sorry, Indrani, we had to cut short the story because we are running against time. I think without any introduction, I would just go on to begin with this presentation, which is actually not a presentation. I just wanted to raise a few questions around women's struggles. And when Uma and I talked about this panel, we thought that some of the work that I have been doing over the last few years, and it is not related to the work that I do during my day job. It's out of interest on looking at the agrarian crisis in Punjab.
and how women are located in the political economy of crisis in Punjab and also in struggles for equality, for bringing out the questions of women's citizenship as productive people in the economy. So basically what I am going to do is to share with you some thoughts on women farmers and landless laborers in the ongoing struggles. And this has come at a time when we are seeing a massive mobilization of peasantry led by Punjab's farmer unions in their fight against centre over the three bills. And we've all seen with great admiration the large convoy of farmers and their tractor trolleys, trucks, thousands of them coming into or making their way into Delhi since November 26th, 25th, 26th, with their food and everything else. And there is a large presence of a fairly large presence of women in this mobilization, which we are seeing for the almost for the first time. We did see a lot of farming women coming to Delhi, and that was in 2018 when the long Kisan March happened, and a little earlier also a similar march in 2017. But in this again is a very big presence of women in coming from Punjab, and it is happening. We have not seen many women being part of the march to Delhi by women from Haryana or Western UP or Himachal. It's women from Punjab who have come in thousands. And there's one farm union who's saying that they've mobilized 20,000 women. We don't know the numbers, there's no way to check. It's kilometers long trolley convoys. So, but what I would like to draw attention to it is that in recent years, Punjab has witnessed significant mobilization of small and marginal peasants and agriculture labor in several parts of the state, in several pockets. And as the agrarian crisis deepened and fissures of the Green Revolution model became evident in terms of suicides, in terms of landlessness, dwindling control over commons of the landless, violence, massive unemployment, peasant and workers have been, they are getting mobilized. And now, at the moment, as we see in Delhi, there are over 24 fairly large trade unions or unions of Punjab, which have been mobilizing peasants and landless. And a fairly large proportion of the membership is also women. We have also seen in recent years the participation and leadership of small marginal farming family and Dalit women in these mobilization, which is quite noteworthy. Punjab, as we all know, has always been a center of peasant struggles, but it's been also a bastion of male peasants, right from the peasant movement under the Pagdi Sambhal Jata or Hold Your Head High peasant, which was first raised in 1907, to the mass mobilization of then tenants in Patiala, East Punjab, the Pepsu movement, as we know, during 1948 to 52 under Lal Party, and the massive mobilization against the anti-betterment levy, the Khush Hisayati tax, which was led by historic struggle by Kisan Sabha in 1958-59. But the face of this movement has always been a male peasant. We never saw women peasants in these struggles. And today this is changing in a significant way. In the recent agrarian mobilization in Punjab, women, landless, Dalit, and marginalized farmers are an integral part. And here it is important, and I wish I could focus on statistics as Indrani has done, but one, the union data for agrarian sector just doesn't exist. And you have to just build it bit by bit in the through primary work. And it actually corresponds with one of the slides that Indrani showed on how women's work participation rates were falling in Punjab in rural areas. The data that we have shows that between 2001 and 2011, and we don't have the further 10-year data, there was a massive decline in small farmers in absolute numbers. Within a span of 10 years, from 2001 to 2011, 3 lakh peasants left farming, and they are all under 2.5 acre peasants. So small farmers leaving agriculture, becoming landless labor. And that also is well documented by some researchers, that these farmers actually became about 25% of them became agriculture labor. Another 20% became urban labor. And others had picked up an auto or a small job here, there. And that's the 3 lakh farmers who left farming in this 10 years, which has also implications for, and these are male farmers who've left farming, implications for the labor market and availability of work, which has been steadily declining in the rural sector. So there are now, over the last 6 to 7 years, which I have been observing, there have been massive mobilizations of sections of farmers in rural Punjab, basically marginal and small, marginal, less than 1 hectare, and small 2.5. And together they are, we can club them as small farmers. And these mobilizations are around the issues of rights of distribution of resources, distribution of debt or cancellation, compensation for crop failures. And similarly, Dalit and landless have been organizing around questions of access to village commons. And we've seen the mobilization in certain parts of Sangrur district, where landless actually started to do the bidding for common land, which became a point of solid conflict between the landed Jats and the landless. And in number of places where Dalits actually claimed a village common at 1/3 the price, which is there as part of the Panchayati Act, women came forward to do the boli and to take land. There in these, the point that in the next 3 minutes, 4 minutes that I have, I would like to make is that in recognition of Punjab's agrarian crisis, which we all know was most evident in suicides in Punjab, two things came out very starkly. One is that the suicide of landless is equally distributed as that of the farmers. And the mobilization of Dalits also around compensation and cancellation or writing off of debt has been the question. And the second question around which we've seen major mobilization is around sexual violence, which women, and Dalit women in particular, have been enduring as caste and patriarchal oppression. So, drawing your attention to the political economy of these women for equality, something to be underlined is that these mobilizations and these struggles are showing the possibility of building new solidarities and political alliances, which we are beginning to see here. These are alliances of the landless and those who are now thrown out of the land ownership, the small, the marginal, and the very marginal who are fast losing their land. So in these movements, there is coming together of laboring Dalit women and men and eviscerized small and marginal peasantry, including their women. And these movements also turn to us some of the long-standing questions in feminist politics and understanding around political alliances with movements which are presenting a critique of the contemporary mode of production and distribution, and which at the same time are trying to grapple with the question of caste and gender. So most of these most of these movements remain completely undocumented and unreported in the national media. Scholarly writings on Punjab have also not noticed these movements, and therefore they have naturally also not noticed Dalit women in public sphere in a big way. And here I'd like to underline that it is not that there are no scholarly writings on Dalits in Punjab. There's no dearth of writing which explore the alternative Dalit political agenda or the formation of Dalit identity in Punjab. And there is a whole lot of scholarship on understanding the social mobility of Dalits and the role of Deras, and how Deras are the center of Dalit political identity. And a lot of sociologists have been writing about this formation of Dalit identity. But if we look at all the pieces that have come out, one thing is very starkly missing is that the entire analysis of the Dalit-based assertion, we should just read it as male assertion. It does not allow to see Dalit participation in its social totality, and Dalit in this scholarship are never observed as forging any kind of alliance with the other oppressed. Dalit agency is only about the assertion of Dalit masculinity. We've seen a lot of music coming out of it, the putting of Chamar Puttar on motorbikes, on cars is always brought up, that this is the assertion, the coming of age of Dalit identity in Punjab. But there is a strong there's never been an encounter on the question of gender in this Dalit identity, and therefore Dalit woman is never there, and her possibility of being the locus of any political politics of resistance is never mentioned in any of this. So there are 3 or 4, I'll take just 2 more minutes. There are, in the last 6 years that I have observed and documented, 4 or 5 very large struggles around questions of rape, and in one case murder, in another case just rape of a Dalit girl. One large struggle against land acquisition in a particular village for giving it to corporates, and one large struggle on around Dalit asserting rights over village commons by giving boli or getting it leased in their names. So in these struggles, the struggle of land acquisition, which happened in Govindpura, a small place where 40% of the village was occupied by Dalit, landless, when land was acquired by government of Punjab for a private Peona project,
Dalits who never had any ownership lost their homestead also. They were evicted, and the other 60% people who became landless because they were offered the land owning people who got evicted because what they got as compensation, they couldn't buy land from with that compensation in other areas. So there was a long 3-year battle which was fought by small farmers, marginal evicted farmers, and Dalits, 40% Dalits in that family, which formed 19 families who had been evicted from their homestead also. And there was a joint struggle which was led by women because all men were arrested from that village in the very first month of the agitation. And for 3 years, women, both Dalit and farmers, led this struggle. So then they fought, and there was some compensation in the end. Similarly, there was another, as I said, around rape of a mobilization happened, where again the question of sexual violence against women was opened up, which was fought together by peasant women, marginal, small, and Dalit women. Now, finally, to conclude that in the we should not, many times it is recognized that Punjab has the highest number of Dalit population, proportion of Dalit population in entire India. It's more than 30% Dalit people, and the majority of them live in the rural areas where now access to resources is becoming a major issue for their survival. And there is acute level of unemployment. According to the work that I have been doing in the cotton area, women get work for about 110 days in a year. And areas where there is no cotton and only two crops, wheat and paddy, women get not more than 60 days of work. And this is landless women. As far as the landed women are concerned, who have small plots like 1 acre, 2 acre, the calculation is that per acre wheat crop requires 8 days of work in the entire season. And paddy needs only 20 days of work. So together it's 20 days of farming work, which is available per acre of land, which is not then available to women. So work becoming a major I think I should just leave it at that and just say last thing that in the work that has been happening in rural areas, looking at the situation of work, when I was doing some field work in Mansa area, and I asked women about double burden, the work in the fields, the work at home, they said, you can see our homes, there's nothing to do here. These are barren, there's no, there's nothing to cook very much, there's nothing to do, no housework, and we don't have work in the field. We are now, our joints are actually stiffened by not working. So there were many such issues which came up, in fact, from on women's work-related issue, where absence of work has become the more question of survival and threat, and that's where we see when they are marching now to Delhi. These are some of the underlying questions which are being raised in smaller platforms. They've not formed part of the demand charters, but these are some of the questions which are being fought together with men. And another way of looking at that, how women in farm sector, in rural sector, are actually building their resistance to agrarian crisis,
in unions with men, bringing concerns of their issues into the large-scale demands. I'll end that. Sorry that have taken more
Thanks,
time.
Navsharan. Thanks, Navsharan, for telling us and drawing our attention to aspects which we all want to think about but are really not very well known, especially in the context of ongoing agitations. We will move to Vasavi. Uh, Vasavi? Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. And it was a really very good interaction and very informative and very uh, knowledgeable informations I got. So time is very less, and I do not want to speak too much. So working women's struggle claiming equality. Jharkhand is basically agriculture and forest based state. Most of women are related with agriculture and forest activities. If we talk about this before lockdown, unlocked process, unlocked period, particularly after 24th of March, situation was very bad. Tribal women, local non-tribal women, they were facing a lot. Even so many vegetable growers women, they were growing vegetables and it was not selling it. They dumped completely, it was dumped in their paddy fields. Gradually situation now improving, but because every people they know about this migrant workers, pravasi mazdoor. So women they were coming from other states, uh, and this time first time I came to know that from our state, more than 9 lakhs migrant people were there in different states, particularly in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, uh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat. So normally from here, Ranchi, from Jharkhand, women and men they go to these big metros for their livelihood. Uh, so rescue operation and this registration work and COVID test, all routine processes were going on. Abhi now, what happened during this September, October, and November? So many tribal girls, young girls, they were in Tamil Nadu, they were in Kerala, and other parts of state. झारखंड गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत लोगों को ट्राइबल गर्ल्स एंड यंग वुमेन को रेस्क्यू कराया and they want to come back from in Tamil Nadu. They were working in this cloth mill, कपड़ा मिल में वो लोग काम कर रहे थे. 40 girls को at a time rescue कराया government ने, and we don't have actually policy. So it was just I want to give an overview कि ये ऐसा situation है. But all these are happening. ये हमारे state से migration का एक issue बहुत बड़ा रहा है. But ये important नहीं है. Important ये है कि migrant women workers को लेकर हमारे पास में plan क्या है. अभी तक हमारे पास में कोई plan नहीं हो पाया. I'm keeping talking about domestic workers issues always. तो अभी भी डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स के लिए अब धान कट गया. धान की जो प्रोसेसिंग होती है, चावल निकालने की मिसाई, वो भी कंप्लीट है. So now women are starting to going out. अब वो लोग बाहर जाना चाहते हैं. So many women, my operational area is Ranchi near Mandar and Bundu. It's a Urav and Munda belt. So what I'm watching, tribal women, they are saying कि हमारे पास काम नहीं है, हमको वापस जाना होगा. In Mandar area, what is happening? So many women, they when they come back और गांव में जब उनकी कोविड टेस्टिंग और उनके हेल्थ इश्यूज आके क्वारंटाइन ये सब हुए, आफ्टर दैट जब उनका ये सब इशू खत्म हुआ, देन दे वर आस्किंग कि हमें काम मिलना चाहिए, काम हमारे पास में नहीं है. स्टिल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ झारखंड ट्राइंग टू प्रोवाइड देम जॉब. मनरेगा का 90 लाख दिवस का काम, ये सब बातें आ रही हैं. But tribal girls, in particularly from South Chotanagpur area, Ranchi, Khunti, Simdega, Gumla, Lohadaga, tribal girls, they are migrating to Delhi. Metros, I can say metros particularly. Delhi is very attractive destination for them. तो अभी वो उनका जाना शुरू हो रहा है धान के बाद में. बट वी डोंट हैव एनी लॉज एंड कोई नेशनल, इवन नेशनल भी नहीं है हमारे यहाँ, स्टेट लॉ भी नहीं है. तो ये डोमेस्टिक वर्कर के सिक्योरिटी एंड वेलफेयर के लिए कोई एक्ट नहीं होने की वजह से वी आर अनेबल टू प्रोवाइड देम एनी सिक्योरिटी, कोई हम लोग दे नहीं पा रहे हैं. And in Ranchi town also, because now it became a very, it's capital now. And so many private companies and big corporate houses, they have opened their offices. They need malls are there, many malls are there. So all people, they need tribal women for the domestic help, for cleaning work and yes, but we don't have any policy. तो हम लोग अभी इस पर फोकस करना चाह रहे हैं. एंड आई एम ट्राइंग टू कम्युनिकेट दिस गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स की ये इशू पर कुछ काम होना चाहिए. बट क्या हुआ है, एक दूसरा जो बड़ा एजेंडा भी एक्सप्लोर किया इन लोगों ने, वो हम लोगों ने देखा कि कुछ एनजीओज, मैं अभी नाम नहीं ले रही हूँ, कुछ में आप लोग जानते भी हैं उनको, जो दिल्ली बेस्ड हैं झारखंड में, उन लोगों ने झारखंड स्टेट प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी रेगुलराइजेशन का बिल प्रोड्यूस करा. ये हमारे नवंबर में जो विंटर सेशन हुआ असेंबली का, उसमें दे वर ट्राइंग टू पास इट कि किसी तरह ये पास हो जाए. बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये नहीं हो सका. दिस झारखंड स्टेट डोमेस्टिक झारखंड स्टेट प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी रेगुलराइजेशन बिल 2016 ये पास नहीं हो पाया. तो एक बहुत बड़ी लॉबी, एक वेरी गुड लॉबी दे आर वर्किंग ऑन. हम लोगों का डिमांड है कि डोमेस्टिक वर्कर वेलफेयर एंड सोशल सिक्योरिटी एक्ट लाकर और उसको पास होना चाहिए. लेकिन इस पर फोकस नहीं होके दे आर फोकसिंग टू रेगुलराइज प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी. See, officers and other well-known expert people and women, those are working activists, those are working on this issue. वो लोग कह रहे हैं कि देखिए, अगर आप प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट एजेंसीज के बिल पास करते हैं, तो प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट एजेंसीज को एक लाइसेंस मिलेगा, उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा एंड दे गेट लाइसेंस की जितनी भी लड़कियों को ले जाओ बाहर. तो ये एक ऐसा स्पेसिफिक एजेंडा हमारे स्टेट में निकल आया है. तो वी आर फाइटिंग फॉर दैट. हम लोग राइटिंग कर रहे हैं. अभी डिपार्टमेंटल रिव्यू में गवर्नमेंट बिजी है, तो हम लोग गवर्नमेंट के हायर अथॉरिटी से बात नहीं कर पाए हैं. बट yesterday I communicated to प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी टू सीएमओ कि ये इस मुद्दे पर बात होनी चाहिए. तो दिस इज हैपनिंग. और अभी अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का इशू बहुत बड़ा है हमारे यहाँ भी. जो माइग्रेंट विमेन बाहर से आए थे, वो लोग कुछ दिन तो स्टे किए, लेकिन फिर वापस उनका जाना उनका भी शुरू हुआ है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस डोमेस्टिक वर्कर, एक कुछ ग्रुप्स ऐसे थे जो हमारे कॉन्टेक्ट्स में थे, जो ये पैंडेमिक के पीरियड में, लॉकडाउन के फेज में, उन लोगों ने बाहर से देवरिया यूपी में वो जाते हैं. बेसिकली वो ब्रिक क्लीन में काम करते हैं. तो उनका बहुत ही प्रेशर हुआ कि नहीं, हमें बुला लीजिए किसी तरह. तो लिस्टिंग भी बुलाने की भी बात हुई. लेकिन जब वहां से यहाँ आएंगे तो कोरोना का थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम आएगा. देन आई सजेस्टेड कि मत आओ, क्योंकि वापस तो तुम वहीं जाओगे काम के लिए, यहाँ तो काम मिलेगा नहीं. तो उन लोगों ने सजेशन को फॉलो किया. दे वेर 40 और वो वाइफ हस्बैंड चिल्ड्रन सभी लोग हैं देवरिया में, दे बिलोंग टू मांडर ब्लॉक, उरांव ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से हैं। तो स्टिल दे आर देयर। वो लोग मार्च लास्ट ईयर अक्टूबर नवंबर में गए थे और फिर हमारे सजेशन में वो लौटे नहीं। हम लोगों ने बोला वहीं रहो, फिर आओगे तो काम मिलेगा नहीं। तो दे अभी वो लोग वहीं हैं, लेकिन हेल्थ का इशू और बहुत सारे इश्यूज आते रहते हैं उनके भी। तो ये सिचुएशन हमारे यहाँ है। इक्वालिटी का सवाल देखिए बहुत बड़ा एजेंडा है। इक्वालिटी की बात सब लोगों ने कहा, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन की भी बात कही, कास्ट क्लास वगैरह की भी बात आई है। ये हमारे यहाँ भी है, हालांकि ट्राइबल और लोकल पीपल होने की वजह से हमारे यहाँ सीन थोड़ा अलग है। उस यूपी वाले हालात नहीं है जो हाथरस वगैरह की घटना है, बट गैंग रेप्स इधर बढ़े हैं हमारे यहाँ काफी। और ट्राइबल वीमेन के साथ में एक अजीब सी बात चल रही है, एक नया ट्रेंड देखने को मिल रहा है कि जो ट्राइबल गर्ल्स नॉन ट्राइबल से मैरिज कर रहे हैं तो उनको ट्राइबल लड़के लोग गैंग रेप कर रहे हैं। तो ये थोड़ा सा, जो ट्राइबल वुमेन प्रोग्रेस्ड पढ़ी लिखी हैं, जो प्रोग्रेसिव है माइंड की हैं, तो एक बड़ा डिबेट चल पड़ा है हम लोगों के यहाँ आदिवासी वुमेन फेमिनिज्म का। और ये डिबेट में ये सारे सवाल हम लोग उठा रहे हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा मामला तो है, बट हमारे स्टेट के लिए मुझे लगता है कि एक नई प्लानिंग की जरूरत है। एक नया स्टेट तो जरूर है, बट 20 years हैज पास्ट, हम लोग 20 साल पूरा कर गए हैं, बट एजेंडा एज इट इज है। जो अलग राज्य के मुद्दे थे हमारे, लड़ाई के स्ट्रगल के, सब मुद्दे वैसे ही पड़े हैं। और अभी की गवर्नमेंट आई है फेवरेबल, क्योंकि इन लोगों ने ही लड़कर स्टेट बनाया है जो अभी गवर्नमेंट आई है, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की। तो होपफुली कि इनके एजेंडा में हम लोग वर्किंग विमेन का सवाल डालेंगे। इक्वलिटी का सवाल के लिए तो मुझे लगता है लंबी लड़ाई करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि समान काम के लिए समान वेतन मिले, और जो उनको काम ओवर टाइम होते हैं उसमें उनको पैसे मिले ज्यादा। तो ये सब मुद्दे हैं जो काम आगे लड़ने की बात है, आगे प्लानिंग में शामिल करने की बात है। और ये अब जो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का सवाल निकल कर आया है, तो हम लोगों ने राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के साथ में एक छोटा पहल किया है, जिसमें 125 लोगों के सिलेक्शन किए हैं जो अप्रवासी मजदूर हैं, जो माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स ने उनका सिलेक्शन किया है कि उनको कैसे माइक्रो लेवल पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप दिया जाए। तो ये प्रोसेस अभी चल रहा है, और उनको उनके क्राइटेरिया, उनके पैरामीटर्स थोड़े डिफरेंट हैं। ये 125 माइग्रेंट्स वर्कर लोगों को अभी काम देने की बात है, एज पर देयर चॉइस, कि वो क्या कर सकते हैं, उनकी कैपेबिलिटी, उनकी क्षमता, ये सब चीज देखने की बात है। तो ये एक बात है। तो मैंने, और हमें समय थोड़ा कम मिला आप लोगों के इस सेमिनार की तैयारी के लिए, एंड आई वांट टू थैंक यू IAWS की इतना बढ़िया सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज किया और हमें बोलने का मौका दिया, हम अपनी बात रख सके। लेकिन बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं जिन पर अभी भी डीप डिस्कशन और प्लानिंग की जरूरत है। तो हम आगे इस पर काम कर सकते हैं हमारे स्टेट में। इतनी इतनी ही बात कहकर मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Vasavi. Thank you. Yeah, somebody's saying something? Thank you, Vasavi. We'll take questions later. So we'll move to Sindhu. Sindhu, please make your presentation.
Thank you, Indu. Is it audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
First of all, thank you all. Thanks to the IAWS. And we are in a very most challenging situation, as well as it's very exciting to be there in the midst of the such fantastic struggles as well. So, first point I want to make is that some of the insights we got from here, we expect more from the academics, that as Hindu said. One is about the larger questions of women in the world of work, the issues, and even the women's participation, and what are the challenges of claiming our space and equality. That needs to be studied much deeper in the macro level as well. And also in this about the question of the struggles, there is not many studies and even the analysis also. That also is to be one of the areas of the IAWS must take up. So that is my request. And also a close interaction between the activists, the women's activism may be there, but in the trade union, women workers movement, women in the trade union also need to be much closely associated with the women's studies groups. That is my first point or request. So then I'm not going into the details of the challenges and even the macro policies and the change in the labor law or the increasing attacks and all. I would like to share some of my experiences of the women workers' struggles and some of my observations, which needs to be studied, I feel. That is not our area of work. Maybe you people can take up all those things. Some of my observations I would like to give. One is that about the working women's movement itself, about the issues which we were taking up. As far as the experience of the CITU is concerned, and even even 70s and 80s, the issues of discrimination and the struggles for equality, many of those things were taken up: equal wages, promotion in the discrimination, maternity benefits, crochet, all those things, and even the sexual harassment at workplace. So there were so many struggles or movement for that. And in that, the role of the middle class women and also the women's movement in general also was there, and a set of legal framework also as in place. And even and many struggles for equal wages in many of the traditional sectors, all those things are there a part of the history. And then I feel that these neoliberal policies and then the struggles and the focus because of the distrust and the withdrawal of the state from the services, and at the same time the demand for the basic services in the neoliberal policy era. So there, this set of these schemes and for the basic rights, some of these schemes, government schemes, that was the reaction to those struggles by the state and the a big workforce of the care workers in the basic government schemes. And there, that the role of the scheme workers, I would means my work area also. I'm representing the Anganwadi and the scheme workers, ASHA workers, all these among these workers I work. The one is in general, what the estimation is that at least a minimum of 1 crore women workers are there as working as scheme workers. So their characteristics, I don't go to their problems and issues, that there is not a recognition of their work, them as a worker. That is a basic question need to be addressed by the trade. It is being addressed by the trade union movement and as well as the the women's movement. That is the recognition of this care work as work by the state. That is a basic question. And in that framework, the struggles also. And what Indrani was pointing out, in most of these all women sectors, like the Anganwadi workers and the ASHA workers, and also in most of the states, the midday meal workers, they are all preferred to, or the rather the mainstream trade unions have taken the initiative also to organize them in the trade unions, especially the left trade unions. So there, and the workers also prefer to be in this trade union, the mainstream trade unions itself. And their struggles in the early 90s were for the better working conditions, increase in their wages. So many militant struggles were there. And there was a visibility and the character of means national character of these struggles were also there. So many struggles, I'm not going to list all those things. But then this fight, one is outside against the government policy or for the betterment of the fair working conditions, and even within the trade unions also, because these are not the traditional concept of the trade unions, or even within the trade unions also, the recognition of their own work and their role within the trade unions. That also the both ways it was a struggle. So these struggles also from that 90s, it is late in 2000s and all, not only in the scheme workers area, but the struggles because of the attack on the labor rights, it was coming much more from the issues. It has shifted to the uh, struggles against the policies. So that is one of the point, especially the privatization, retrenchment, that kind of issues, even within this scheme workers movement. In general, also in the trade unions, whatever benefits we were having to protect that. The struggles are shifted from asking for more uh, to the struggles to protect whatever is there, and it means these struggles for the against privatization. Such struggles were there. So these industry so even the scheme workers struggle, many anganwadi workers struggles, or the midday meal or asha workers. So that against privatization or to save the scheme or against the budget cut, all these kinds of struggle also were having an impact, and that also naturally came into the improvement of their working condition as well. So this is one point I would like to note. So then at the same time, in the other sectors also, so many other kind of struggles were there. And even this recent period, this working condition of the women workers, it is uh, not only in the cut in their benefits and all, but in the social kind of this kind of inhuman nature. Some of those kinds of things also were coming up, and these working women struggles also were there. Not only the struggles of the scheme workers. Like for example, there was the struggles of this Maharashtra sugarcane cutting workers who had a struggle against their forceful this
Hysterectomy.
hysterectomy, and then these menstrual pills that was there in the garment workers, such kind of things. The inhuman nature of this entire policy framework, and it is on the particularly on the women workers, it is there. But at the same time, in other sectors also, like especially in the municipal and panchayat workers, that majority of are women, and the safai karmacharis, village safai karmacharis, etc. So many struggles were there, municipal workers, and that majority Dalits and women. Where, for example, there was a big struggle of the Safai Karmacharis in Haryana. Uh, their wage has been increased from 3,500 rupees to 12,500. So that kind of militant struggles were there in other fields also. And towards the end, I would like to mention many of the struggles about the during this pandemic. One in earlier sessions also, it was mentioned about the frontline workers in the health sector. Most militant struggles happened even during this pandemic period, where there was lockdown. Asha workers had militant struggles around 4 months. Last 4 months, the Asha workers of Haryana are there in the struggle, and they hard strike. Most militant and big demonstrations were held, rallies, big mobilizations. In Maharashtra, they hard strike. In Andhra Pradesh, they hard strike. In Punjab, against the abuse. Such struggles were there, and I can list out at least 100 struggles which happened even during this pandemic. And then there was this on 14th of May, the entire scheme workers, they observed a day for safety for the frontline workers. And within the 4 months of the lockdown, there was a 2-day All India strike on 7th and 8th of August by the scheme workers. And of course, this 26 November general strike, the participation of women in the mobilization. And even in the recent periods, more than 60% of the mobilization are women. But Indrani was pointing out even the membership, and not only in the membership, even in the struggles, the majority are now women and their visibility is there, and that is giving this forcing even the trade union to recognize the role of these women workers. And there were so many historic mobilization. In 2012 we had a 2 days padav of scheme workers. Around 35,000 women workers participated in that. In 2017 this central trade unions mobilization, one day around more than 1 lakh women workers were there overnight here. In 2018, the worker person joined rally. In that also the majority were women. So these are all the kind of struggles which were happening. There, I one point I would like to, and other sectors in plantation, in construction, in BD workers, Manrega workers, all these different sections also, the participation of women are increasing day by day. So there, one point I would like to make for further studies and all. The role of these struggles directly, they are having their role in the history of the trade union movement and their result also there. But particularly in the unorganized sector, rural sector, women workers struggles, it is having its impact against the social prejudices. Even on the Karwa Chauth day, women are sitting on dharna in the roads. That kind of women are traveling alone in groups to Delhi. All those kinds of an assertion in a social, in such a society, particularly in the North India, that is there in this movement. That impact of that and the impact of these struggles in even in the farmers' struggles which came up in the because farmers mobilization. These are all things. I definitely think that this is a thing which is definitely having an impact in the other sections of the society also, coming up for their rights. So that need to be studied and recognized. Then other thing is that the role of these women workers within the trade union, unionized women, their role not only on their own rights, their solidarity action. Whether is in the case of Hadras, there was spontaneous reaction from the women in the trade unions, and they forced the trade union itself to take up these issues. In the case of railway privatization, and even in during these struggles of the peasantry, where the peasantry, many of, especially these women workers, these scheme workers, Anganwadi workers are there. They are also from the peasant families, and they are collecting money also in this, in solidarity with the struggle. And I will finish with some of these suggestion because of the city of time. I think I have taken much more time. The last point I would like to make is that even last 8th March, we had in the a big call of a struggle. One is the recognition of this women's work, particularly the unpaid work calculation as a general demand, and we are having our force of these scheme workers. They are working for the state, so that recognition also is a part of that. So here the theoretical or ideological support of these studies, that is very much necessary to put forward our demands, and even now to take it further to have a militant struggles even for the next 8 March or so. Even the last 8 March struggle of a jail borough, more than 2 lakh women participated on these demands for the equality. So I would like to end here that further, I think that we have to means properly document all these struggles and study the development of these struggles, and so that we can have a further focused means increase or stepping up of these struggles. Thank you.
Thank you, Sindhu. Do we have 5-6 minutes, Uma, to try and wind up? If there are questions, or can we take it up to 15 minutes? Hello.
I think you have to get an approval from the panel and the rest of them. I think if we take 5 minutes, please, and wind up, because I think people are getting desperate.
Yes.
I also have to attend another meeting.
Okay. So, if there are any questions, please, maybe they can be put in the chat box. Sometimes we take longer when we articulate our questions.
My suggestion is that the panel talks to itself, to each other. If there are questions that they can raise to each other, that will be a kind of summing up also.
And I would otherwise like to make a few points.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah.
I think that you should do.
Okay. So I'll begin so that everyone can then just respond. From what I can see, I mean, this was a very
I think
rich...
Pamela had something to say. Pamela.
Okay, go ahead, Pamela.
I think I will let this go because I found everything very important. I found so many important issues. Your unpacking, Indrani, of that case was very important because no one has made that connection that you did. I don't know where you read it, this whole thing of, brides going to UP, and perhaps she was part of that process. Navsharan's wonderful, sort of unearthing of Dalit women's resistance within the context of the ongoing agricultural labor struggle was also very important. So I think I will leave it at that because, getting answers at this late stage would be just too. And of course, I was very, very thrilled by understanding what is happening in Jharkhand and the trade union struggles, through C2 and other bodies. It's very, very important. But I didn't get the patriarchal structures, and how they come to play, especially within the trade union. And I think that needs a little bit of unpacking.
Sindhu, or anyone would like to respond to what Pamela has just raised? Yeah, Sindhu?
The last union.
Huh?
Yeah, that definitely we need to, but it's a struggle. I said that it was a struggle within also, but that is a means that may take too much of a time. But but the point is that we could make it. So and the assertion is there and it is visible, and that visibility and the struggle at the ground is making the others. It is compelling the patriarchal structures to means to surrender. That is the thing, that it is a long struggle yet, and so many other things need to be addressed, but it is only through these struggles we can address that.
I just add to that, I just wanted to say one thing that, I mean, in my observation, and Sindhu is an example of this, in fact, there is the women have actually injected a new dynamism in trade unions, and that's why the recognition has grown. The recognition of their dynamism, they're shaping some capacities of the trade union movement today. And this is an important development, which I think has been somewhat missed in a schematic understanding of changing social realities. So in that, I think that role of women's struggle in shaping the trade union, this is, I think, an important phenomenon, and it is similar to what Navsharan is also saying is happening in the peasantry and from different sections. This is a particular phase in which there is a degree of ferment, and women are bringing power to other sections.
Absolutely.
And this is, I think, significant. And that's why when we talk of the attacks and so on and so forth, the fact is the battle has also been joined in a certain way, and these women playing an extraordinary, even on the citizenship front, you saw this. So there is a certain, I mean, some of us have to understand the timing.
Got it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I also just wanted to add one line that Dalit women were always in the public domain by virtue of the necessity of labor that they have to do outside the home. But now that they are integral part of the labor movement and also with small peasantry, they are mobilized and they are bringing their experience to farmer labor organizations and unions. And their operation is beginning to be recognized as gender and caste-based operation. I am seeing change in how demands are being articulated, and I think we should pay attention to this understanding because no one else is interested in even recognizing it.
Okay, shall we wrap up? I'll just make one or two points. I think it has been a very interesting session, and even though somebody's saying something?
Yeah,
Vasavi,
I want
sure,
to
sure.
speak
I thought, yes, please.
one line. Yeah, Dr. Ritu Diwansi said that almost 50% of rural women are enemy. But figure is very different if we talk about tribal area. As per this parliamentary committee report placed in 2016 May, first term of this Modi government, as per this parliamentary committee report, 70% tribal women are anemic in tribal area. And there are many things. See, in tribal area, there is a system, community system. It called madait. Madait means कि women, if हमारा खेती है तो बगल से गांव के लोग आके हमारा खेती में मदद करते हैं. Now women are not available in rural area. Manpower, women power, labor work not available, and पैसे भी दो तो खेत में काम करने के लिए कोई नहीं मिलता है. Situations are changing very rapidly. Thank you so much.
Well, I think the first suggestion that I would make is to IAWS to document what has been said. Because not only what has been said, but the experience on which these presentations are based, it is really critical. Why is it critical? I feel is not just in terms of historical documentation of struggles which are really not coming into mainstream discussions, the points that Navcharan was raising, what Vasavi just said about what are the changes with regard to migrant women when they come back, when they go out, and of course Sindhus. Indrani, of course, was making both more meteorological points as well as more concrete points in terms of the dynamics between the data and what is then unfolding on the ground. But what I feel is there are two, three things which emerge. One is, and it came out in the discussion, the face of capitalism that we see, the inhuman face, the attack not just in terms of rights, in terms of labor, etc. But what was said that it also requires a shift, not just in terms of demands, what is being reflected in the nature of struggles being conducted, but that the struggles and struggling people are themselves critiquing the policies that are being made and demanding that because they can see the connections between their lives and the policies and the outcomes on the ground. So it also tells us in terms of the inhuman face of capitalism in this phase, particularly as we see even during the pandemic, when the kind of legislation that has been rushed through, be it in, I mean, of all the bills that were passed during the pandemic in that special monsoon session, we have the labor codes, we have the farmers bill, etc., all of which raise issues with regard to the experiences that are coming. The point that there is a visibility of women and also that women are transcending what was seen as barriers, be it patriarchal barriers in terms of social prejudices, also the dominant narrative in terms of seeing the trade unions as a male bastion. So we are seeing both transcending of those barriers as well as transgressions in terms of assigned social roles, and that the consciousness that the women are acquiring, sort of developing in the very process of these struggles is also transforming both the nature of the struggles as well as the organizations in which they are working, or the platforms where they are being represented, or where their issues are figuring. What I feel is that maybe, I think why I'm saying let us document some of these issues and these struggles is because, in a sense, it also tells us about how the history of movements is written. There has been for almost 100 years now a narrative, which I would, for lack of a better word that I can find right now, there's been a feminist narrative about worker struggles, about trade unions, about capitalism in a sense. But I think what the neoliberal state is doing, and the intensity and the onslaught on people's lives, particularly on women's lives, is unfolding a reality which I think forces us to also think in terms of how maybe we need to revisit that narrative, because maybe the reality is telling us, and the struggles on the ground are telling us something else, and we are maybe persisting with some persistent questions, which may be important, which may be necessary to that we continue to ask those questions. But I think we also need to revisit our own assumptions and the way we write about struggle. So where we go, look for it, and then the whole convergences in terms of the marginalization of women and the marginalization of certain categories, castes, classes of women within that whole process of marginality, especially in periods of crisis and the pandemic. These are just quick thoughts on what I heard, but I think it was important because what we have been seeing over the sessions was some aspects which were much more known. I think this session unfolded and pointed to aspects which are not really enough, not enough is known about them. So I think it's very important. I learned a lot from the session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uma. Thank you, Ida.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you,
all.
everybody. And I particularly want to thank and salute all of those people who stayed through till the end. I really appreciate that, because in these days of webinar, everyone is double billed and they're all rushing from one webinar to another. So thanks so much. And I hope you will be there tomorrow too for the last two sessions that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Information, we are going to have the sessions beginning at 1:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
So please all
1:30, right.
join with us. Thank you so much, all of you. It has been very engaging and insightful. And thank you for giving hope, and thank you for informing about the struggles. It was really very, very encouraging. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye.
A special thanks to Arpita for managing everything. So we should give her a real salute.
Thank
Thanks
you
a lot.
so much, Arpita.
See you all tomorrow. See you all tomorrow.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Indrani Di, for being there with all your guidance, and Uma Di, such mein. Finally, we have been able to थोड़ी सी
Bye,
कर लें.
Bye everybody then.
हाँ ठीक है, तो कल
कल फिर मिलेंगे.
हाँ कल 1 बजे मिलें या वही 1:30 बजे, उमा दी?
1:15 बजे.
ठीक है.
हाँ ठीक है.
ओके. बाय संदली.
हाँ बोली नहीं.
संदली भी हैं. हेलो.
उसने दिखाया ही नहीं अपने को.
संदली आप दिख रही हैं. यू आर देयर. अपने आप को दिखाइए प्लीज. इट हैज बीन अ लॉन्ग डे. लेकिन बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है सच में. It was a very, very interesting sessions, ना? बहुत ही मजा आ गया, in fact.
And varied बहुत था ना, मतलब it was actually very varied because we went from the macro to the micro, and that was really nice. अच्छा हुआ, बहुत अच्छा हो गया.
Yeah, it was good
चलो.
evening because we also had experts from the field.
हाँ, from so many different fronts, ना? So that was very good. चलिए, हाँ, चलिए अब आप शबा खैर, सब सो जाओ, कल सुबह उठ करके तैयारी कर लो वापस आने की. बाय.
अर्पिता कहाँ है? बस एक बार अर्पिता को भी तो देख लें.
हाँ, अर्पिता है.
ये रही मैं.
Bye. 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 Bye everyone. Bye everyone.
Such में.
This is the home team.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Sandali.
Bye.